Now,
Great. I've actually got 6 p.m. on the dot, which is good. So I'm going to call the Zoning Board of Appeals meeting to order. And I'm going to start that with reading a script. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So pursuant to recently adopted amendments to the Illinois Open Meetings Act, included in Public Act 1010640, public bodies may, in certain circumstances, hold entirely virtual public meetings without a quorum physically present in any one location. Governor Pritzker's Executive Order 2021-22 has extended this provision through October 2nd, 2021. Accordingly, this meeting of the Village Zoning Board of Appeals is being conducted virtually with members participating through the Zoom webinar platform. Planner Rich McGowan is in the Village Hall conference room as required by the Open Meetings Act. Let's do roll call.
Board Member Elsasser,
Here.
Board Member Friedman,
Here.
Board Member Kaplan,
Here.
Board Member Coopersmith,
Here.
Board Member Ruderman,
Here.
Board Member Satter,
Here.
Chairman Novak.
Here. Okay. So we only have one item on the zoning board agenda. Oh, we have minutes first, right?
Yes.
Taylor?
Yes.
All right. Before I entertain a motion to approve the minutes, does anybody have any comments after reviewing the minutes? No? Okay, I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes.
Motion to approve minutes.
Second.
Should we do a voice vote for everything on Zoom?
We can do a roll call. I think it's best to do.
Okay, roll call.
Board Member Elsasser,
Yes.
Board Member Friedman,
Yes.
Board Member Kaplan,
Yes.
Board Member Coopersmith,
Yes.
Board Member Ruderman,
Yes.
Board Member Satter,
Yes.
and Chairman Novak.
Yes. All right, so moving along, the only item on the zoning board of appeals agenda today is the consideration of two variations from the zoning code to allow air conditioning units to encroach into the side yard setback and be located closer than 1/2 lot depth from the street at a new single family residence at 275 Greenwood Avenue. Taylor?
Rich has got a presentation for this. I think someone might have just walked in to the council chambers because I saw him talking to someone get up. Let's give him just a second. If not, I'll take over for him.
Sure.
Let me find his presentation. Hold on one second. All right, he's back. Rich, we're ready for you whenever you are.
All right, thank you everyone for your patience. Good evening. I'm going to share my screen. If you'll just allow me one moment. All right, can everyone see my screen? Just give me a thumbs up. Perfect. All right, so for tonight's zoning board of appeals meeting, the applicants are from 275 Greenwood Avenue. The applicants are requesting two variations from the zoning code to reduce the required side yard setback and to allow an accessory structure to be nearer to the street than 1/2 of the lot depth at a new single-family residence at 275 Greenwood Avenue, which is in the RC zoning district. Specifically, the requested variations are from section 3-111C to reduce this required side yard setback from 8 feet to 6.4 feet in the side yard, the variation request of 20%, as well as section 5-101E to allow an accessory structure to be nearer the street than 1/2 of the lot depth. So here is an aerial view from 2020 of 275 Greenwood Avenue. The area circled in red is the approximate location of the air conditioning units. So just for a little bit of context, whenever there is a corner lot in the village of Glencoe, our code defines the front yard as the shorter lot frontage. So regardless of where the front door faces, the front yard is actually along Oakdale Avenue, although the front of the house or the front door appears to face towards Greenwood Avenue, where you'll see on the corner side. This right here is a site plan. It's a bit muddy with the engineering plans on there, but I've tried to blow it up. On top is a zoomed in view. Those two dots that you see are where the air conditioning units are. As you'll see, and as I had mentioned, they are requesting to be 6.4 feet from the side lot line, whereas 8 feet is required. And they're requesting to be 61.25 feet from the street, whereas 69 feet is required. These are two different measurements, or I'm sorry, two different setbacks. One is from the side lot line, the other is from the street line. And as I had mentioned earlier, because the front yard is actually their side yard, the accessory structure requirement is triggered. And I will just show a view from that front yard or the side yard. And as I had mentioned, this is in the RC zoning district. The lot is relatively undersized for the RC district. 60 feet is the required minimum lot width. This lot has a lot width of approximately 44 feet. It also, the RC zoning district has a lot area requirement of 10,000 square feet. This lot has a lot size of approximately 6,129 square feet. So with that, I will turn it over to the board if they have any questions. I'm happy to provide more detail if needed.
Rich, thank you for that presentation. Is there anybody from the applicant that would wish to add on to that presentation at all?
I do believe the general contractor is present at tonight's meeting. If you'd like, I can stop sharing my screen and we can go back to the panelist view.
Good afternoon. I'm so sorry because my husband.
One moment, please. We do need to swear in anybody providing testimony. So if I could have you just raise your right hand. If you're going to be providing testimony, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide is true and complete?
Yes.
And if you could just provide your full name.
Angelika Golczyk.
Thank you. You go ahead.
My husband, he had the emergency at the work and I am on the meeting. Richard, everything exactly explained, very good presentation. And I hope everything will be okay with the AC, with the units, because we don't have the place on the backyard close to garage, and we switch the the place for the units.
Thank you. Does anybody from the board have any questions either for the applicant or for Richard Taylor that will help us here?
I guess
Yes.
I got a question.
Yes. Go ahead, Michael.
No, I'm wondering if if the neighbors Dale have registered any information with the board, any public comment, or they're okay with the location.
The applicant has noted that they have spoken with the neighbor, but we, to the best of my knowledge, we as the village of Glencoe have not received any direct comments from this neighbor.
Rich, did the neighbor Did the neighbor, or did the applicant indicate that the neighbor would be sending a letter of support, or just that they had spoken?
Just that they had spoken. There was no
Okay.
indication.
Dave?
Yeah, my question is, are there any other alternative places that the air conditioning units can be located such that they were inside of and compliant with the zoning code?
Rich, I don't know if you have any other insight on this, but it's tricky. It's a tough it's a tough lot to fit them in the way the house has been built, right up to that side setback line. They were permitted up against the garage, kind of between the garage and the house. They have to be at least 15 feet off that corner side lot line. There's not much room over there. They have to be at least half of lot depth off the front. There's very little, you couldn't put them in the front yard. It's really either, a variation for putting them where they are now, or likely moving them all the way to the back, into the backyard somewhere, where they were originally permitted. So it's pretty limited, other locations where they could go.
So let's be surgical on that question. Is there a location in the backyard that these air conditioners can be placed, which is compliant with the zoning code?
Yeah, there is. They could go in the backyard and be compliant with the zoning code. They would have to uninstall them and reinstall them in the backyard. That's correct.
So I guess the natural question is, why weren't they put there in the first place?
That's something I would defer to the applicant on providing an answer for that.
And I'm interested in the answer to that question too. I mean, I think, as reflected in previous minutes, this has been a theme lately, right? And I think one thing that we talked about was the village being crystal clear about the fact that, look, air conditioning units are a structure, are considered a structure by the code and cannot be placed in any setback. And wherever they're placed on the drawings that are submitted to the village for a building permit is where they need to go. Now, I think what's happened is there's a whole bunch of building going on in the village, which is great. And that message maybe wasn't received. And I think what we can do going forward is just really, really work on that. And Taylor, I know that you and Rich and the building department are really focusing in on that. So I think that's a great solution going forward. For this particular case, I think the answer to that question that Dave posed, I think, is a really good one, right? Because we personally don't have them, but the village has drawings and a permit set that was issued based on one location. And then in the field, there was a decision made to move them. And then it was caught by the inspector before issuing a certificate of occupancy. And now we find ourselves in this position. We could approve it, and we very well might. But I think in the interest of really understanding why we're approving it, at least in my opinion, it would be good to know just a little bit about what happened in this instance. And I would further say, if your husband, and I am so sorry, I didn't catch your name. Is it Mrs. Gorchik?
My name is Angelica.
Enrica?
Angelica.
Okay. If you would feel more comfortable, and I'm just proposing this, Taylor or Rich, feel free to shoot it down. But postponing this to a time where he can be present and somebody can speak to a little bit more of the history of what happened here, I think that might be a potential course of action here. I don't know if any board members have any other thoughts that they want to share.
I would like to add to that. Enrica, I don't know if your husband is the general contractor, but I think Mr. Friedman, posed a very salient question. I'd like to get a response from the general contractor, as to why this modification was made.
you know, we are the general contractor, and you know, we had the problem because we know we had on the plans and on the blueprints the AC units close to the garage, but when we started with the, you know, new construction, was there no place because we had just a very small space for the backyard for the, you know, any small table or something, and we didn't check with the village. We put, you know, by self the AC units on the back, and after on my final inspection, because on the RAB inspection everything was fine, we didn't check, and on final inspection the inspector he said me, you know, the AC is the wrong place, and you know, and we had the problem, and this was, you know, there was our decision about the change the AC units, because really this is the very small yard, and this is the best place for the units.
Thank you for that explanation, Dave.
So Scott, so we have clarity. The units are already installed?
Yes, because we changed the units, we spent the extra $3,000 or $4,000 for the smaller units from, you know, the smaller sizes, and are installed. Yes.
Well, I'm in support of your suggestion, Scott.
I'll just share one more thought here, and maybe we can advance this. I mean, to me, it makes sense, exactly what you just ran through, right? There's a hardship. It's a corner lot. It's smaller than the rest of the zoning district. Putting the two pads in the backyard between the garage and the home would really eat into that outdoor space, which is one of the primary private, I gather, one of the few private yard areas that this house affords. It would just be ideal if we had this discussion, you know, before they were installed in the spot that they were installed. And that's my hesitation. Having said that, we recognize that, you know, it doesn't appear to me that this was a pull the wool or pull a fast one. You know, you're here, you're asking. Yeah, I'd be curious. So Dave, thank you for your thoughts. Alex, thanks for yours. Are there other board members that would like to make a motion or entertain a vote this evening based on all the information we have at hand?
Scott, it's John Taylor here. I think there's a couple issues, right? There's this issue with the air conditioners, and there's also, I think, the garage. And the garage, which appears to be encroaching into the front yard, I think that's just because the lot's so narrow. So I don't really have any issue with that. I think that's, I don't know the depth of the garage. I can't really see it on the plans very clearly. So that's another point that you need to, you know, kind of entertain or discuss. But I think with regard to the AC units, I don't like how it happened. Personally, I think, you know, but at the same time, I will note that we have recently made similar accommodations to other homeowners for exact same thing. We know we want to put it, we initially were permitted to put them in the rear yard next to our patio. And then we were like, oh, that's not really a good idea. Let's move them to the side yard where they're, you know, our neighbor doesn't care. And, you know, he said it's okay. So we said, as a board, we agreed with that. So I think we have the same scenario here. I don't like, again, the history of how it came about, but I just want to point that out for, you know, remind everyone kind of where we are with this air conditioning, you know, musical chairs, if you will.
Yeah, not to be repetitive, but I think what complicates the situation a little bit is sort of how it happened more than the actual variance and where this is at. I think, frankly, the choice where they put it is probably a better place from everyone's perspective, right? Like if it's really in the rear yard, you can actually probably see that from the street. Right now, when it's in the side yard, they're hidden. And so it seems like it's likely a better option both for the residents and then also those around them. And as John noted, we have made similar exceptions, although again, I don't think precedent necessarily matters in this situation. But I do also echo the concern that there's been sort of a pattern where we see air conditioning units being moved mid-construction. And I think if this came to us on the front end, when plans were originally submitted, we would have certainly approved this based on sort of what I know about this group. But I feel my only hesitation is just how it happened, not the actual placement of them right now.
I guess I have a couple more questions. That within their existing location, what kind of screening is there going to be from the neighbor who it's closest to? And do we have any sense of what the noise is like on these units? I mean, I'd be concerned about.
No, we spoke with the neighbors and they said now is the much better because for them is the better place too, because they have the backyard close to the garage and they have the same situation. They have the units on the sides too. And they said is they're okay and the place is fine for the air conditioning because they have here the driveway and it's not problem for them.
Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, when you look at the aerial, right, you can kind of see that in the spot where the applicant has installed them, it's kind of the wedging it in an area that nobody's using. As opposed to if they were in the back, I could see how that would be closer to the 570 Oakdale's backyard. It would be ideal. There's no requirement that says you have to come to the zoning board with a letter of support from your neighbor. I mean, it's clear that that's not a requirement.
Because I was there twice at the Naples, but nobody else was home. And the last 4 weeks I was in Poland with my husband, and we just spoke before. And I tried, reach them in the last weekend, but nobody was at the home, and I don't have any letter. But they said for the 100% is okay for them.
I understand, and thank you for that. Rich, can you just put on that image of the photograph that you took from Oakdale looking east? I mean, I think Mike, you brought up a good point about screening. And actually, I mean, I think this photo taken from like the sidewalk? Rich?
That'd be from, right?
It was from the side. It might not have been exactly on the sidewalk, but close to it.
But like right there.
Mhm.
I mean, some sort of screening. Because usually like when you're from the street, you don't see air conditioning units.
Mhm.
So
You all do
what
have
I
the
would
ability to
propose-
determine conditions.
yeah, what I would propose is as a board, we consider maybe making a motion to approve if people agree, but maybe with a condition on there for some screening. I don't know if anybody has ideas, Rich or Taylor, and what kind of screening could be appropriate here, or the applicant. But I'm sufficiently confident that like the neighbor's not opposed, and it actually does make sense. And I agree. I thought, Sarah, your point about like, this is kind of about how it happened versus really the end result. Now, both of those things are important, right? Especially when we think about going forward. Process is really important. So we want to save our time and energy on this stuff. But yeah, I don't know. I almost think, hey, if we can make a sound decision here and make a motion, it might be advantageous to move this along.
Chairman, if I could, just a reminder that we do need to provide an opportunity for anyone else who would be looking to speak in favor or
Yes.
against this before we make a motion. We do have a lot of attendees here. If anybody wanted to speak on this case, that this would be an opportunity to use the hand raise function.
Thank you, Taylor.
Just to clarify, I'm going to stop sharing my screen so we can see more people.
I do not see any hands raised. To answer the previous question about screening, you all are welcome if you find it appropriate to approve this with a condition that screening is provided. If you want it to be vegetative screening per the review and approval of the Building and Zoning Division, or if you had something more specific in mind, it could be something that you would leave up to staff to review and approve as sufficient screening, whatever you felt was appropriate there, if you wanted to go down that path.
I think something like sufficient screening would suffice for me. I know it's a little bit of a gray area, but we're not talking about like, anything fancy, we're just talking about blocking it from the street and the neighbor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would just say maybe just clarify as staff reviews it, whether you're talking about screening so you can't view it from the right of way or from the right of way and the neighboring property. Just some clarification on that would be helpful to staff as we move forward with it.
I would want it to be the right of way and the neighbor's property as well. But and that's my view. I don't know if anybody has a different view.
That makes sense to me.
Me too.
I agree.
I mean, do you think the second unit too, the unit that's further east, or are we really just talking about the one closest to Oakdale? I don't want to, we don't want to have needless screening.
I think
Rich-
within the neighboring property, it would have to be both because
Right. Although that one's further. Right. Okay.
I would be comfortable with that.
I don't understand the foundation for asking for the screening. Is that in our scope of work to dictate changes in plans based upon what we as a committee think? I'm not supportive of insisting upon screening if the neighborhood is agreeable, the neighbor is agreeable as is.
We're certainly not the plan commission, and we don't have design oversight or, for example, engineering oversight. But I do feel on a land use decision, screening of something that otherwise would not be visible, right? If it wasn't for us approving it, to me falls in our purview.
I'm going to vote no on that. Just to let you know, I'm going to vote no on that basis.
Yeah, I think that, Scott, the variance is really only in regards to the, I guess, east lot line setback. It's not in regards to the front yard, I don't believe. So I don't know why, we would be insisting on some screening either. I mean, I just don't think we've ever asked for
I
that
think
from
it is the
anybody
front.
else.
I think
John,
it is the front yard
isn't-
too. It's a 60,
Yeah.
there's a 69 and it's only 61 or something like that.
That's correct.
That's right.
There are two variations needed.
There's two variations that we're approving.
Right.
That's right. That's right. And which is why I think this is appropriate.
I just think it introduces a slippery slope.
That's
I've got a quick question, Scott. I didn't mean to interrupt.
fine.
Is this house a spec house that you're building for someone else, or is this somewhere that you're going to live?
That's for the applicant. Go ahead.
For someone else,
I'm sorry, I missed that.
for someone else, for somebody, not for us.
You're building it as a spec house to sell?
Yes. Yes.
I'll be honest with you, and I don't mean to be belligerent and certainly not bombastic.
Wait, Alex, I'm sorry. Before, I don't mean to cut you off, but I just want to make sure the facts are straight.
Go ahead.
Did you already sell the home?
Yes, we sold the house and we had the closing almost 2 months ago because, the problem we had before the closing, and the house is sold. Yes.
Right, and the buyers are living in the home at the moment
Yes.
with the temporary
Yes.
CFO.
Yes.
Okay, Alex, I
Yes.
just wanted to make sure that you were aware of that.
I
That's
changed.
very, yeah, that's a very important fact. Thank you, Scott. That escaped me. I'll gotta be honest with you. I'm a little bit disturbed about the whole process of the situation. We've got what seems to be, pretty much a flagrant, violation of our village code. It's not huge, and the world is not going to change irrespective of where these HVAC units are. But by the same token, we're all here to make a determine about the validity of this application. And we're all here. And our contractor dash husband, who can't be here to explain exactly why it was originally put in a place in the property that was not in violation of the code to a place in the property that now is in violation of the code, other than convenience. Our contractor is out on an emergency. I understand that, and I can assure you that each and every one of the board members that are sitting here that are in charge of adjudicating this likewise have a considerable amount of emergencies that have to be attended to, and yet we took the time off and we were taking this very seriously. You sold the house. The house was sold for a profit, presumably. It was sold to innocent buyers who probably have absolutely no idea what's going on. I don't see the buyers here. I just think that the process in which this was all done set such a blatant precedent as to for future builders that are going to build property and say, you know what, I know this violates the village code, but we're going to put it in there. We're going to tell them it costs $4,000 to redo it, but let's do it anyway and call it a hardship. And I get a very bad taste in my mouth in approving this. If this came to us, for instance, before you sold the house, and it came to us as a hardship, something to the effect of, listen, if we put these air conditioning units in the back, the buyers who are contracted to buy this have 3 kids and they want to play in the back. We're taking their play area away. And so we think we should put it off to the side. I think you would hit at the hearts of each and every one of the members of this board. But the process and the procedure that was effectuated before it came to us for approval really smacks of bad faith. I don't like it. And what kills me is that under normal circumstances, this came to us beforehand, I would be the first one to raise my hand and say, oh, for God's sakes, yes, please put the air conditioning units off to the side, put up some trees, put up a fence, make sure the neighbors aren't upset, and sell the house for profit, make your money, make sure the buyers of the house are happy, and move forward with your lives. I just think that the way that this was conducted sets an incredibly bad precedent for potential builders in Glencoe who are going to, simply small little violations of the code that are going to come to us and say, well, we built the house more than we should. We knew it was wrong, but we did it anyway, assuming that the board would just approve it. So I'm inclined to say no, especially considering that there is a different part of the property where we can put these HVAC units, especially considering that our general contractor had more important things that he had to do. And I understand it may be so, but I have a lot of important things to do. Nonetheless, I'm here. The buyers of the property aren't here to indicate what their issue is and what kind of hardship it would be to put these air conditioning units off to a part of the property that doesn't violate the code. I'm really inclined to vote no for this.
Can I say something?
Of course.
Alex, I'm so sorry. You have the complete free right with everything, but my clients, you know, they buy the house and they didn't know about the problem with the air conditioning, because when we started building the house, we didn't change the units. We put it in this place from the, you know, from the starting, because when we see the place between the house and garage was no place for the air conditioning. And it's a very difficult yard because it's, you know, it's the corner, is you know, close to the streets, and we changed the AC by self. You have right. And my husband is absent today because we had really emergency, not something, you know, just excuse, but really emergency situation. And I hope everything will be fine, because this place, nobody, for nobody, is better for us, is better for our neighbor. We can cover with the nice fence or bushes, anything. But I know, because I started for the wrong side, because I didn't check with the village, you know, the couple months ago. I just put the units, and I was surprised on my final inspection. This is right.
Okay.
I understand that. And yes, we've heard comments from all of us about how unfortunate kind of the order of operations is what I'll call it in this circumstances. You know, Alex and Dave, it would feel odd to me to say, this is the one. This is the straw that broke the camel's back. You know, we've talked about ways we're going to avoid this in the future. The applicant has spoken to the neighbor, has a very challenging lot, has buyers who are in, and frankly, do they know about this now? Do they know that this is happening? I guess that's a question for you, Andrika, or for Taylor. Do they know? Okay.
They didn't know, because, you know, we had the I know this is the house.
Yeah, you're worried. Yeah.
For our profile, and I understand everything, but the houses with very, very high quality.
Yeah.
And we had a lot of the buyers, but Richard and Taylor, they know, but nobody give me the offer, because the yard is very specific. And if I get the offer, I was, you know, happy with, you know, for the client. And I didn't know. I didn't tell them about the problem.
I understand. I just want to really quickly address, Alex, your comment about precedent. I don't share that same fear that we're going to be sending some sort of message to the builders of the North Shore of Glencoe, that they can come and do whatever they want and just say, oops, sorry, grant us our variance. As you know, Alex, and some of those in attendance who have been to previous hearings or meetings, we all take our job very seriously. That's why we're having this discussion. And by the way, I was not hoping to have a 40-minute ZBA today, given the zoning commission that's on the heels of this. But the reason it's taking this long is because we're all thoughtfully examining what happened here and what the impacts are to the neighbors, what the impacts are to us as a body. I think this is a certain situation, just like the certain situations were a couple of weeks ago. I am not one to think that we're opening the floodgates because of a decision we make about 275 Greenwood. So I am inclined to vote for this. I am also inclined, hope that somebody makes a motion to approve it with a screening requirement. The applicant has said that she's willing to screen this.
Yeah.
I think that's certainly in our purview to request that. And anyway, those are my thoughts.
And Scott, you know, in the memo, it does note here that they have stated that they will be screening the units with landscaping. So right in the very last paragraph of the memo on page 12 So they would apparently, and that's what, according to staff, have agreed to that already. So I don't think it's anything out of the ordinary. Or maybe we just say, hey, just we'll approve it on the condition that they follow through with what they stated they would do. I mean, I think that's fair. I'd be willing to make a motion for that. I don't know if you want to have any more discussion. I don't know if David or Alex have anything further to say on the matter, but I mean, Alex, you may recall, this is not the first time that somebody's come before the board and asked for forgiveness, and it probably won't be the last. And I think, unfortunately, we're just so busy, staff's busy, and, human nature takes its course. So, I would be in support of that motion or that direction. Thank you.
Any other comments, or should we entertain a motion? Discussion? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to approve the zoning variances as requested on the condition that they follow through on their intent to provide adequate landscaping screening for both units.
Are we ready for roll call? I'm sorry.
We need a second. Oh, did we get the second?
Just a second, sorry.
Okay.
Board Member El Sasser,
Yes.
Board Member Friedman,
No.
Board Member Kaplan,
Yes.
Board Member Cooper Smith,
Yes.
Board Member Ruderman,
Yes.
Board Member Satter,
Yes.
and Chairman Novak.
Yes.
Thank you
Motion
so
passes.
much. Thank you.
Okay, so with that, are there any public comments that are not on the agenda items, but hang on, specific? Well, how would this be, Taylor? Specific to something generally related to the zoning board, but not the zoning commission.
That's right. We're gonna be talking about 538 Green Bay Road in a matter of minutes. So if anyone has any non-agenda item topics for the zoning board, so not 538 Green Bay Road, this is an opportunity to use the hand raise function. And I do not see any hands currently raised.
Okay, great. In that case, I'll entertain a motion to conclude the zoning board of appeals meeting this evening.
Motion to
Motion
conclude
to-
the meeting.
Second.
Second.
Roll call.
Taylor, I think you're muted.
Is muted. Board Member El Sasser?
Yeah.
Board Member Friedman?
Yes.
Board Member Kaplan?
Yes.
Board Member Cooper Smith?
Yes.
Board Member Ruderman?
Yes.
Board Member Satter?
Yes.
Chairman Novak?
Yes. Thank you. Okay, so now, with that concluded, I will call the zoning commission meeting to order. And I will start by, I'm going to apologize in advance. This is going to sound super familiar because we heard it 64 minutes or 44 minutes ago. But I'm going to read some intro language about virtual public meetings. Pursuant to recently adopted amendments to the Illinois Open Meetings Act included in Public Act 101-0640, public bodies may, in certain circumstances, hold entirely virtual public meetings without a quorum physically present in any one location. Governor Pritzker's Executive Order 2021-22 has extended this provision through October 2nd, 2021. Accordingly, this meeting of the Village Zoning Commission, is being conducted virtually with members participating through the Zoom webinar platform. Planner Rich McGowan is in the Village Hall conference room as required by the Open Meetings Act. With that, why don't we take a roll call?
Commissioner El Sasser,
Here.
Commissioner Friedman,
Here.
Commissioner
Can
Kaplan.
can I also say one thing before we move forward? I live at 324 South Avenue, and my wife has submitted a letter regarding this matter. We're individuals. She submitted the letter independently of me, and I'm going to fulfill my obligations as a member of the commission. And so that should go into the record. Thank you.
I appreciate that, Dave.
Commissioner Kaplan,
Here,
Commissioner Coppersmith,
Here,
Commissioner Ruderman,
Here.
Commissioner Satter,
Here.
and Chairman Novak.
Here. Now, does anybody have any comments about the minutes? And these are from a meeting a while back. Nonetheless, they're in, and I think a few of the commissioners were not present the last time this commission met, but does anybody who was present have any comments about the minutes? If not, do I have a motion to approve the minutes?
motion to approve.
Second.
Commissioner
Roll call.
Alsasser,
Yes.
Commissioner Friedman,
Yes.
Commissioner Kaplan,
Yes.
Commissioner Coppersmith.
I wasn't present at that meeting, so it's hard for me to,
You can abstain if you'd like.
I'll abstain from the
Okay.
vote.
Commissioner Ruderman,
I will abstain for the same reason.
Commissioner Satter,
Yes.
Chairman Novak.
Yes. Thank you, Taylor. Now we'll go to the agenda item, which is 538 Green Bay Road. And before, I think that John Satter would like to say a few words.
Yes, I would, Mr. Chairman. I have some history with the property and have rendered a professional opinion in regard to the land use of that property. And I think based on my past experience and formed opinion relative to that property, and very similar to what's being proposed, that I will not be able to objectively weigh the information that's presented from the applicant and those in disagreement, and would likely not be able to objectively make a decision. And I think that I'm finding it a little bit hard that some of my other board members have decided to not, have decided they can. I'm a little bit skeptical, and I'm a little bit, but I'm going to recuse myself from this proceeding.
Thank you, John. Taylor and Rich, you want to take it away?
Sure. I'll go ahead and share my screen here. Can we see that PowerPoint? Okay.
Yes.
I could get it to move forward. Sorry, I'm having a hard time getting this slide to move. There we go. All right. So we are all here this evening for a proposed zoning map amendment and special use permit at 538 Green Bay Road. The applicant here has requested the zoning map amendment to rezone 3 parcels. They're contiguous parcels. They make up 1 zoning lot. So for zoning purposes, they are basically 1 lot, even though there are 3 tax parcels there, from the RC zoning district to the RD zoning district. The property is currently developed with a single family residence. The RC zoning district, the current zoning on the property, allows only single family residential uses, while the RD, or the proposed zoning district, allows both single family and multifamily residential uses. In the RD zoning district, multifamily residential buildings also require the approval of a special use permit, which is also part of this application tonight. So let's talk briefly about the process for this application. The first step has already taken place. It took place earlier this year. Is an initial village board review where the application is taken before the village board. The village board, this is only required, first of all, for the zoning map amendment portion of this application. The village board reviews it and decides either to deny the application outright without a public hearing or to send it to the zoning commission for a public hearing. The village board referred it to the zoning commission for that public hearing, which is where we are tonight at step number 2. So the role of the zoning commission is to hold a public hearing and to make a recommendation to the village board on both the rezoning and the special use permit applications. The zoning commission does not make a final decision on either of these applications. They are here to hold the public hearing, gather information, and use that information to give that recommendation to the village board for a final decision. Step 3 would be the next step, which is the village board making a final decision on both the rezoning and the special use permit. Because this is a multifamily building, this application also will require plan commission review. This would be external appearance review of the building and the site. There's a whole separate set of criteria that the plan commission looks at to make sure that the building and the site are in compliance with the design standards that the village has put in place. So that's another opportunity for review and potential changes to the plan to make sure that it's in compliance with those standards. An overview of the site. It is 3 contiguous tax parcels, 1 zoning lot on Green Bay Road between South Avenue and Hawthorne. It's a unique property because it does not have direct frontage onto Green Bay Road. There is a Park District owned parcel directly between the subject property and Green Bay Road. That parcel is zoned RD, as we'll talk about in a second. Let me actually go to the zoning map here. So you can see the darker brown RD. All of the properties along Green Bay Road are zoned RD, which is the requested proposed zoning district here. The property to the south is also Park District owned. It's partially RD, partially RC. Property to the north is a single family residence that is zoned RD. Again, RD allows both single family and multifamily residential. There is multifamily residential in RD, 2 lots to the north and then quite a bit more to the north and then some more down to the south. Other properties on the block further to the west away from Green Bay Road, there is a single family house that's zoned RD along Hawthorne there, but most of the other properties on the back side of the block or the west side of the block there are zoned RC. There's a lot of text on this. We don't need to get into it all. Just kind of an overview. And this is also in the agenda packet of what can be built on the property. As it is right now, it could be 1 single family house. You could do a tear down and rebuild of a single family house of up to 6,906 square feet. If you rezoned it to RD, you could also build 1 single family house without the SUP. If the SUP was approved, you could then build multifamily on the property. There has been some discussion of whether this lot has the potential to be subdivided. By right, there is no subdivision. They could not subdivide it just today and build multiple single family homes on it. There is the potential with the granting of a variation by the village board to subdivide the lot. It could not be subdivided by right because the lot does not have a front lot line. It does not front onto the street. So in order to subdivide the lot, they would need to go through the subdivision process and get a variation in order to subdivide the lot into multiple single family lots. So again, today, you could only build a single family home on it. RD would allow just a single family home with different setbacks. As you can see here, there's some different setback requirements. The SUP would allow multifamily to be built. The SUP is where the exterior appearance review would only be required for multifamily. So today they could tear down and rebuild with 1 single family home with no board or commission review. The proposed building is 6 units on 2 floors over first floor parking, so a total of 3 floors, 31 feet high. No zoning variations are being requested. The applicant has proposed some new stormwater management infrastructure as well for the property. Here's a site plan. You can see the drive. There's an easement, an access easement across the Park District owned property that is between the subject property and Green Bay Road. which is what would provide access to the property, a turnaround, 4 parking spaces, maybe 3 parking spaces, excuse me, outside, and then the rest of the parking spaces inside on the first floor. Here's a zoom in on just a footprint comparison. The closest building to this is the single family home at 550 Green Bay Road immediately to the north. You can see here the difference in footprint between the existing building and the proposed building with the driveway there in the dash line. The footprint is larger of the new building. It is pushed back significantly further on the lot. Here are some of the elevations. This is the north and east elevation. So the top one here would be what would most directly face that single family home to the north. The bottom is what we would likely consider the front of the building facing Green Bay Road. You can see the garage door in the bottom left there. That's the access to the interior parking. This would be the south and west elevations. The south would be facing South Boulevard. The west would be what would likely be considered the back of the building. Then a few renderings here. This is the northeast corner. This is the one that's most approximately from that single family home to the north. This is the front corner of the building looking up from the south, from the southeast. This is the southwest corner, the back of the building, looking up from the south. And we have the northwest corner of the building here as well. So the next steps, staff has not made a recommendation of approval or denial of the rezoning or the SUP. I know there were some questions about this. Staff did recommend approval of the initial step of this process for the village board to hold a public hearing. That's a pretty low threshold to move this forward to a public hearing. We've not made a recommendation of approval or denial at this step of the application itself. We have recommended that you consider this application in light of the criteria found in the zoning code, along with other factors that you've determined to be appropriate. There's been a lot of public comment on this, and the zoning code allows you to take into consideration those criteria in the code, as well as other factors that you feel are applicable. Then we're going to recommend that you direct staff to prepare a resolution recommending approval or denial of the rezoning of the SUP. And this, the commission may include conditions or limitations as part of the SUP. So if there are conditions of approval that you feel would bring the proposed multifamily building more into compliance with the criteria for rezoning found in the code, or other criteria for that you feel would be applicable, you can add conditions of approval to the special use permit. However, you cannot add conditions of approval to the rezoning itself. So could part of your resolution or part of your direction to staff to prepare a resolution could include those conditions for the SUP. And as noted in our staff memo, what we've recommended is that tonight that the commission make a motion to direct staff to prepare a resolution, either recommending approval or denial, with whatever conditions that you feel are appropriate, to bring back to you at the next meeting for final approval of that resolution, whether it be to recommend approval or denial of the application. And with that, I'll turn it back over to the chairman.
All right. Thank you, Taylor. At this point, this would be the official opening of the public hearing. And I believe no motion is required for that. So I'll turn it over to the applicant, and we should probably start with some swearing in procedures.
So we'll do it one at a time for whoever's going to speak. So whoever's going first, Chris, are you going first?
I am.
Okay, if I could have you raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide is true and complete?
I do.
Thank you. If you could please state your name.
Good evening, Chairman Novak and members of the Zoning Commission. My name is Christopher Canning. I represent the applicant, Steve McGuire, who is also on the Zoom call tonight. For the record, my office is at 1000 Skokie Boulevard in Wilmette. Before we get into the meat of the presentation, I do want to take a moment to thank Taylor Baxter. Not only did you get to see him do a nice job on presenting the issues tonight, but we thought the staff memo was really well done and was laid out what we're going to be talking about tonight. He's also been very helpful in working us through the process. Originally, we thought this was only going to be a rezoning, and then the special use issue came up, so we've worked through that as well. As Taylor pointed out, there are two issues before you tonight. One is the request to rezone 538 Green Bay Road from the RC to the RD district. And the second issue is a special use permit to allow a multifamily residential building in the RD district at 538 Green Bay Road. You all have looked at the packet. It's a very voluminous packet. Thank you for taking time out of your normal lives to volunteer for this position and certainly to work on this case tonight. Thank you for reading my two letters setting forth the standards of review for the rezoning and for the special use. I'm not going to go over those, but we'll be available to answer any questions you may have about them. Taylor has also covered the standards of review in his memo, and I trust you've read all of that. From your own personal knowledge and from Taylor's memo, you all know that all parcels on the west side of Green Bay Road, south of downtown, are in the RD district. And while it appears to the naked eye that 538 has frontage on Green Bay Road, it in fact is separated from Green Bay Road by that Park District owned property that was donated by 538 Green Bay Road to the Park District in 1926. And even that piece of land, as Taylor pointed out, is zoned RD. And as Taylor pointed out, if the lot is rezoned and the applicant seeks to demolish the existing single family home and build a 6-unit multifamily residential building. Now, we believe, and you'll hear testimony tonight, that such a building would be in character with the majority of the development on the west side of Green Bay Road. Now, you'll hear more about the building, but I want to point out to you that unlike the last case where you were sitting as a zoning board and talking about variations, this building, if approved as a multi-family building and the special use permit is granted, will require no variations. As Fred Wilson and John Potter will talk, it was designed to be conforming in height, floor area, impervious surface, and parking. Now, why are we thinking about a multifamily building? Because as you heard from Taylor, that we could build a by right single family home. Well, that by right single family home, as you saw in the memo, would be 6,900 square feet. That would be very large, and that would not be in keeping with what we believe the character of the neighborhood would be. Moreover, building that 6,900 square foot house, as Taylor pointed out, would have no review whatsoever by the Plan Commission for exterior appearance. We took that into consideration. We took into consideration what could be done with the parcel, and we took into consideration that in looking up and down the west side of Green Bay Road, that this may be the last parcel in the village of Glencoe on the west side of Green Bay Road where the village's stated goal of increasing the supply of multifamily housing could be attained. So in short, this might be the last shot for the village to attain a goal that is set forth in a number of planning documents, and Scott will talk about those. So without belaboring this, let's get to the experts. So tonight we have a number of speakers. The first speaker will be Scott Freris of the Lakota Group, who will provide you with information as to how this project fits in with the Green Bay Road corridor pattern of development and is in keeping with village community planning documents, including the design guidelines, the plan for downtown, and the update to the comprehensive plan. We also have Fred Wilson and John Potter of Morganti Wilson Architects, who designed the building. They're here to answer any questions you may have, give a quick overview. Again, Plan Commission is going to handle the exterior appearance review. That is not before you tonight, but if you want to know why the building is sited where it is, why it looks the way it does, how it's supposed to function, to work into the neighborhood, they're available to answer your questions. Monica Oplowski is here from Bono Construction, Consulting, and she will briefly discuss the stormwater detention plan that is in your packet. Again, that issue is not before you, but to get a full idea of what this project entails and how a managed stormwater solution will be better than what is there, will give you a sense of what's involved there. We'll go back to Scott and he'll finish up his presentation, and then we'll turn it over to Peter Cummins, who'll provide information regarding valuations in the neighborhood in contrast to some of the information that's been submitted. So batting order is going to be Scott, John or Fred, Monica, Scott, and Peter. And so Taylor, they'll all be going, and then if you could just swear them in. I'm going to flip it to Scott first, and then John, if you can put the PowerPoint up on the screen share, and we'll get started.
I could have you raise your right hand, Mr. Ferris. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide is true and complete?
Do.
Thank you.
And is my co-pilot going to launch? There we go. Thank you very much, John. Very good. If we could just maybe jump ahead to our second slide. Everybody, my name is Scott Ferris, president of the Lakota Group here in Chicago. Lakota Group is an urban planning, urban design, landscape architecture, and community relations firm headquartered in Chicago. We've been around 30 years, and we consult to both the public and private sector on planning and development issues around the country. Pleased to be here this evening with you in Glencoe. I am an adjacent neighbor in Winnetka and have spent the better part of my life in the North Shore, growing up in Northbrook, attending Glenbrook North High School. And I'm very familiar with both of the communities, participate in and enjoy both community activities and opportunities, particularly your downtown, which to me sends a message of a very successful community gathering space. So happy to be here this evening, happy to talk about this particular site, 538 Green Bay Road. When Chris called me a couple months ago, he said, you know, I've got a really unique case, and it has a lot of questions that need to be answered as part of it. And I said, well, usually the starting point to that conversation is to find out what the community has said and responded to with regards to their feeling about change for the future. And change is represented in a lot of different things, but in this particular instance, we go back to the specific studies that the community has initiated over the years to find out what does change mean and what does it mean particularly related to the Green Bay Road corridor. And that's what we're really talking about. We're talking about a corridor. We're talking about a place of change. We're talking about adaptive uses, land uses to a particular area that support changing lifestyles and support the changing needs of communities. They also need to support other aspects of the community, that is economic development, transit supported development, and providing different choices for lifestyles for our residents as they age in place in the communities. That's the starting point that we usually dive into when we look at these projects. Now, Fred and John are going to talk a lot about the specifics of the site and how they make that building work for the site, speak to the site, and respect the context of the neighborhood that's around it. I want to step back a little bit, understand the corridor, and work backwards to a more site-specific discussion with Fred and John. So if we could jump ahead, John, real quick. And I don't want to belabor the point Chris talked about, the request before you tonight, the zoning request, the special use request. I think everybody's certainly aware of what we're asking for, certainly aware of the conditions. If we jump to the next slide real quick, what we know is our site is along that Green Bay Road corridor. We know our site is a little over a half an acre, about 26,000 square feet. It's part of a greater Green Bay Road corridor, a connected Green Bay Road corridor, a corridor that actually the village of Glencoe invested in to take jurisdictional transfer to control its destiny in terms of how cars travel along that area and what the character and beautification of that area could look like. Other communities are considering that same concern right now. We're also talk about a site that is, for all practical purposes, surrounded by public open space. And while That may look as though it's a unique consideration for this site. What we find up and down Glencoe's Green Bay Road corridor is a number of instances where Park District was wise in their community planning aspect of providing these open space pocket parks along this Green Bay Road corridor. And in many respects, they provide a nice respite or buffer to that surrounding neighborhood a character, surrounding single family neighborhood character. Our site is accessed from a private 20-foot easement, as Chris said, that's off of Green Bay Road. We also know we have a Metro UP North line that's right across the street from us. And on the other side of that Metro North line is a wonderful trail system, the Green Bay Road Trail, that links up and down to Highland Park, Highwood, Lake Forest, down to Wilmette, provides a great recreational opportunity for people to use and get to. And we also understand that we're just a hand throw away from your vibrant downtown. That's what I mentioned early on. A downtown that is seeing significant growth and improvement, a wonderful regional, if not national destination landmark in Writers Theater, great restaurants, great nightlife, stores that are filled up, a lot of community activity, a lot of life, a lot of vibe. And I say that because that's part of the understanding of why we think of that change in land uses being acceptable along this Green Bay Road corridor. We can jump, John, to the next slide real quick. I think, excuse me, I think, oh, there we go. We've seen a lot of change along the Green Bay Road corridor over the years. It's no surprise, as we'll look in some of our site context photo coming up, that there's a number of multifamily residential developments, primarily in the older category of age, but there's a number of new developments that have occurred up and down this corridor. And when we look along this railway corridor, we realize in many respects as a planner that this multifamily designation becomes the natural buffer to the train, to the traffic, and the single family neighborhood to the west. This is not different in Glencoe, it's happening in Winnetka, it's happening in Kenilworth, it's happening in Wilmette, it's happening in Highland Park. It's a regional equation and it's a regional discussion. The character changes because we want to be and we want to support more vibrant downtown districts, and we want to support our transportation, and we want to provide a range of alternative housing opportunities for our residents. And when we say that, our residents dynamic, that those cohorts have changed over the years. It's not just grandma wanting to stay in town. It's a whole host of people, from young couples to single professionals, to divorcees, to empty nesters, to snowbirds that want to have a place in town near kids and stay here. So the development world is looking at this saying, this is the opportune type of development that should be supportive of a transit-oriented corridor, supported by a transportation system, and close to a vibrant downtown area. And that's what we see as the basis. And we may see that as planners. We go to the next slide. I just anecdotally want to show the next slide that the conversation isn't just germane to Glencoe. The conversation is germane to your neighbors to the south, that is Winnetka. And our firm is undertaking a comprehensive plan update. We are actually starting tomorrow to update the comprehensive plan 2040. Their plan is woefully old, past the 20-year lifespan. We look at your plan from an update standpoint of 2004, and we realize the world has changed pretty significantly since 2004 in terms of how we're living, how we're commuting, what's important to us. And after the last year and a half, quite frankly, what's even more important is our local communities and the services that are provided, the open space elements, the choices of housing, and frankly, how we design those houses to support our needs to work at home as we look forward into the future. So we show this as a context, not to delve away from our site at 538, but to really look at this corridor and look what the changes are happening. The exact same changes are happening in Winnetka, and you're going to see this recurrence of smaller multifamily developments occur. These sites along Green Bay Road are really the last sites in terms of depth and size that are going to allow these types of developments to occur. And it's the community's job to manage the quality and character of these developments moving forward so that they fit into the neighborhoods that they exist, and they can fit. They've been shown to fit We have examples in our pictures that we show here in terms of context. This particular 3 pictures really shows our site and shows its relationship to our next door neighbor to the north, a single family development. That single family development currently in the RD district, as is everything in that area, is a remnant of single family that occurs along the Green Bay Road corridor. And there still are some single families up and down the corridor. We can point them out, a handful, 2 or 3 of them that are up and down the corridor moving to the south. But we're seeing this change not because we don't want single family, but because the dynamics that are happening in the marketplace are looking at this change to provide these different types of alternative housing styles. John, if we jump to the next pictures, we show this just as a really as a character context study to give you a sense of our surrounding neighborhood, our surrounding multifamily partners, some of our single family partners. But what we're suggesting, what we're proposing is in context. It's respecting those height volumes and massing. It's a newer product, so it's representing the newer lifestyles and newer living. Fred and John are going to talk about how people live in this and how they need their cars inside, not outside on parking spaces. But when we look around, we see the preponderance of both postmodern and mid-century a product full. It's in demand. There are people that need these types of housing opportunities, and they're providing them for the community, and they're going to continue to. And there's going to be a continued demand for this type of product. Again, not so much speaking to the land use. That to me seems to be the obvious. What is more important is the context, the character, and the scale of the proposal in terms of how it fits in the area. And that's what we're going to speak to as we move through this presentation this evening. If we jump, excuse me, if we can jump over to the next slide, John, let's give you some more examples of that surrounding context. And these are our neighbors. These are the developments that occur on. What we're proposing is nothing new. It's just a contemporary version of it. And you can see, I think 450 does a good example immediately south of us of the new dynamic of what multifamily housing looks like, the quality of the character, the fenestration, the details, the roof forms, but meeting the need to buffer the single family neighborhood from the Green Bay Road corridor, from the traffic, from the trains, and supporting that walkability, that half-mile walkability into the downtown business district. Excuse me. I'll jump to the next one really quick. So we go back, as I started this conversation, to say there's got to be a basis for this. We can't just come out of the clear blue and say, yeah, our plan's great, let's throw it in there and see if it sticks on the wall. No, we go back to the studies, we go back to community policy, we go back to good planning principles that you as a community established back in 2004, back in 2016, and back in 2019. And they'll continue to evolve. I look at your 2014 comp plan, and it talks about meaningful development along the Green Bay Road corridor, providing additional housing options close to transportation and close to downtown Glencoe. That was back in 2004. I can't remember, but I don't think Glencoe's 2004 downtown was as vibrant as it is today. So it changes. We need to rethink how that comprehensive plan speaks today. We're working off of the same good policies, but we need to adapt to today's principles. So we jump over to 2016, and that current study says, hey, you know, our downtown's a pretty special place. We better enhance it, support livability, walkability, economic development 101. A strong downtown brings people, brings young families, creates a vibe, creates life, creates entertainment, creates food venues, people come in, it generates tax dollars. It's what everybody's looking for. It's what everybody up and down the Green Bay Road corridor wants, is a vibrant downtown, and they're spending a tremendous amount as municipalities to make it happen. Winnetka, Wilmette, Evanston, Kenilworth, Highland Park, up and down the corridor, everybody's saying we've got to put that energy back in. And you have a plan for that. And the plan for that says that we need to have smart, careful, well-designed walk-to residential housing options for that downtown. The bodies walk there, they serve the stores, they eat the dinner, they get on the train, they ride their bikes, they come to the park, they go to school. You have it all packaged in within 3 blocks of our site. Couldn't be more perfect of a scenario from town planning perspective. So we look at that as a guide to make good decisions and why our proposal makes sense. And then lastly, we look at 2019 and we say, you know, you started thinking about the design guidelines, and these design guidelines really are speaking to Fred and John, saying, let's talk about the dynamics of form, a scale, mass, detail. How does that work within our downtown, and how does that work within our multifamily districts as we start to go out? How do we start to represent that form to speak to the neighborhood, to step down, to open up? You'll hear our plan for our building really thought about our neighbor to the north on how we pushed that building back, opened up that sunlight, opened up that view, thought about their best management, sustainable green technology solutions on their house, made sure that our setback and our plan was cited properly to respect the surrounding context. And the same with the park that surrounds us and the tree canopy that's there. Our plan seeks to balance it and seeks to have little to no impact on the character of that. So again, following community policy, good planning, good design was the genesis of why we moved forward. Now, you're also going to hear about what that means from an impact of design, but you're going to hear about what it means from an impact on the economics. How are we not impacting our neighbors from an economic development perspective and a sales perspective? And I think you'll hear a very compelling story from Peter as we get further into this conversation. So with that, I'm going to turn it over quickly to Fred and John, and they're going to talk a little bit more about our specific proposal.
So Taylor, if you can go ahead and swear them in.
I could have you both raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide is true and complete?
I do.
Thank you. You can provide your
Hello,
name.
my name is Fred Wilson from Organti Wilson Architects. This is John Potter, another one of my partners, and we've enjoyed working on this project. We wanted to break the scale down. Could you go to the front, John? These are the back. Oh, you don't have the front. What I wanted to do is point out that the building will be a stone base with a stucco sort of second and third floor. The parking is all inside underneath the building. Let's go to the second one, John. Oh, here we are. So this is the front. Then over on the drawing on the right side, the bottom left hand gives you the garage door. So it's all enclosed parking. The open corners, one of the things we really tried to do is also break the scale down of the building. So the corners of the development are all open air outdoor porches. So you have one at the second floor right above the garage door, and then you have one up above that in the gables, and then it happens again on the north end of the building. We just thought that would be a way to soften and create the asymmetrical gables. We do have precast planks on the first floor so that it's all open space parking down below. We do have the masonry demising walls between the units. I can point that out when we get to the floor plans. So over on the site plan, let's go to the next one more. The site plan, what I really wanted to point out too is that little drawing up at the top. You can see where our east side of our building essentially runs along the west side of the current single family home that's there. We push the building as far to the west as possible to maintain the solar angles for the building at 550, and we actually feel we're enhancing the view to the park south of us. The setback in the rear is at 21 feet. The setback at the front yard is 67 feet. We have 28 feet along the south setback line, and we have 29 feet along the north property line. We have 12 interior parking spaces, so 2 per unit, which includes 1 handicap. And then as additional parking, we have 3 guest spots outside, with 1 of them being handicapped. The building is completely handicap accessible. We have an elevator, and there are 3 units per floor, so that are up on second and the third floor. So let's go to the next one. Again, just to reiterate, we opened up the corners. You can see them. Each unit has an open air porch. I think that'll be really a nice enhancement. Let's go to the next. And then along the north, along the south, we also then have the two that face the park. And then the west elevation is facing the park in the rear yard. So the units are a mix of 2 3-bedroom units on each floor and 1 2-bedroom unit. So there's 4 3-bedroom units and 2 2-bedroom units. We have demising walls between the units that are bearing on the precast planks below. The units range from about 1,500 square feet up to about 1,900 square feet. So there is a mix of attraction for who we feel could be the owners of these units. I want to flip. We'll come back to this. Let's go over to the shading studies, John. So we wanted to also point out that we did some solar review of the upper 3 drawings show the summer, which the sun is up at the highest, shows 10 o'clock, 1 o'clock, and 4 o'clock. So you can see the building to our north is 550 Green Bay as well. So you see we are not impacting the solar. We're not shading that building. Then if you go into the spring, fall shading, you can see the shadows are getting a little bit longer. But again, we're not hitting the building as we come through. And then the worst case scenario is the winter where the sun is lowest in the sky. And again, shows where we just kiss the edge at 1 o'clock, and then at 4 o'clock, we're fine. Let's go back to the infrastructure. I'd like Monica to address this. Monica, do you want to jump in and talk about from Bernie Bono's office, the drainage?
Yeah.
You want to be sworn in, Ms. Gann? Taylor?
I could have you raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide is true and complete?
I do.
Please provide your name.
I'm Monica Opleski. I'm with Bono Consulting Civil Engineers out of Park Ridge. So what you have on this slide is just a kind of rough schematic plan for the utility and grading layouts. Just 2 main takeaways on this drawing. First, we intend to connect the utility services to the for the building to the mains on Green Bay Road. So I have the storm, sanitary, and water services for the building, but final locations will be dependent on village review by the engineering department, and we'll work with them as needed to determine the final locations that work best for the village and going through that Park District property. So second, we've done a preliminary layout for the stormwater management system. I briefly spoke with James Teague, the village engineer, about the stormwater requirements, and stormwater detention will be provided as required by all residential developments in the village. It's based on runoff from the proposed impervious lot coverage. And we will be required to go above and beyond just the village detention requirements. With the development area being over 1/2 an acre, this triggers additional stormwater management from the MWRD sewer agency. They require a stormwater infiltration in addition to the detention. So we'll combine that in one underground system as much as we practically can. And all roof drains and runoff from the property will be routed through this stormwater management system.
You want to do this one, John? Keep going. Keep going. One more. I wanted to point out, people have referred to the 6876 square foot home that can be built on this lot. So this just shows a site plan with the setbacks that are required for that single family. And if we push the building further to the north to have views to the south property line, this is the sort of scale of the footprint that can happen. And then if we flip it, go to the next one, we flip it and have our more private rear yard, if you will, to the north. Again, you can see that it's in our opinion, more impactful on 550 than what we're proposing in terms of the multifamily. So Scott, we'll give it back to you.
If you could advance it one.
That'd be great.
And one more.
There we go. So I'm just going to touch on a few last things in terms of our consistency with our proposal, why we think we meet the standards for rezoning. Certainly, we believe that we've spent the time to really look at the site, put together a good proposal. We have a good team of people that have thought about all the specific aspects of this. But just to break it down into some of the key themes: consistency with community vision and values and goals. The Park District, in their wisdom, created a series of open space pockets along Green Bay Road to develop what I would call a sense of breaking down the density and softening the character of the road. And I think our proposal fits into that character nicely, consistent with what's been done in other areas along the Green Bay Road corridor. This rezoning clearly provides for a range of walkable, trans-oriented, higher density housing products, evidenced in our proposal, but close to the downtown and certainly within walking distance of downtown Glencoe, representing the 2006 downtown plan vision. It adheres to the village's design and building standards. As Fred talked about them, we've really thought hard about making sure that this proposal fits within a non-variation request. How do we make it fit within the character and scale of the neighborhood? We're not a single family home, and we know that, but the characteristic, the scale, the proportions, the siting of this building are respectful of the community that surrounds us. But also, we're lucky to be situated in an open space environment that separates us from the surrounding neighbors in a very nice way. You can jump to the next slide, John. Thank you. The proposed zoning will aid in the village's efforts to diversify housing options, provide opportunities to live closer to transportation, closer to open space assets, and certainly nearer the downtown's amenities and entertainment opportunities. As I mentioned, we will adhere to all the bulk use standards, and we're not asking for any variations as part of this request. Next slide, please. Consistent with community design, character, and quality of life. The Green Bay Road corridor, as I mentioned, has adapted over time, and it is a mixed-use, multifamily residential corridor. And it isn't just in Glencoe, as I mentioned, it's occurring up and down the entire corridor for a reason. It's a single-sided road, and a single-sided road that is buffering the transition to primarily single-family neighborhoods and a train line. And it does a good job of that in terms of providing that buffer and that reduction in noise and traffic that really moves into the neighborhoods. The community open space assets are preserved and enhanced as part of this process, and the quality of architecture in the Glencoe community is adhered to in this plan. Adhered to in a sense with more detail, more character, more thought, maybe more so than some of our surrounding older multifamily product, but nonetheless within the bulk standards allowed under the ordinance. We maintain the physical appearance of the building from the neighborhood. We recognize that there's a number of single family homes around us. We understand the distance from the homes, we understand the sight lines, and we understand that there's vegetation, not only what's there today, but vegetation that we would propose as part of our plan that would help meet or exceed the landscape zoning standards of this particular request. Can we go to the last one, please? And this one I'm going to talk to in generality. I am not the appraiser. I don't pretend to be the appraiser, but I can speak from knowledge and certain circumstances that have occurred up and down this corridor within Winnetka, within Kenilworth, within Wilmette, and within Highland Park, all communities that we've consulted and worked with, that we have not found any deleterious impact to the surrounding single family neighborhoods with multifamily product that's been built, the newer multifamily product that's been built on the Green Bay Road corridor. I'm not going to speak to the specifics, but what we've seen is that the change is necessary, that there's an adaptable way to do it, there's a sensitive way to do it, there are landscaping components that'll help buffer those areas, and we've seen little to no economic impact in our experience. Peter's going to talk a little bit more about that as I turn it over to him at this point.
Okay, Peter's up next. So Taylor, if you could swear in Peter.
Could I have you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide is true and complete?
I do.
Thank you. Please provide your
So
name.
my name is Peter Cummins. I'm a real estate broker with App Properties. My office is in Winnetka. And I take note, I was just looking at some old data. The last time I was sworn in the village of Glencoe was 30 years ago when I became the village manager. I had been up in Lake Forest and Lake Bluff before that, and came to Glencoe in 91 and was there till 1995 when I went out to Vail, Colorado. When I returned, my connection to Glencoe and a project like this happened in 1999 when I developed the building at 450 Green Bay Road, which was referenced earlier. That's a 9-unit condominium development with Glencoe Park District property on each side and the St. Paul AME Church to the west. And I would suggest to you that that project and its impact on surrounding neighbors is one that should be looked to as you begin to evaluate the various objections and concerns about this project. You know, state statutes are very clear on the threshold one must meet, an applicant must meet to get zoning relief or a zoning change, hardship being one of those. And I will review those specific 3 things shortly. In 2003, I stopped developing real estate, figured it'd be easier to sell it than to build it. And for 20 years now, I have been exclusively selling residential and commercial real estate on the North Shore, including 5 different properties in Glencoe last year. I do think it's important that there be some historical context of how you've gotten to this place and why this project is proposed and why neighbors naturally would object. It's the nature of the world we live in today. The McGuires acquired this property in 1987, did a whole variety of improvements and enhancements over the years, and first went to sell it in 2005. As you recall, 2005 was the peak of the real estate market before this recent surge that we've had. And at that time, they did not have success selling it. They renewed their effort in 2011. And again, were unsuccessful. They were unsuccessful in yielding a reasonable return if only permitted to sell the property and develop it in accordance with the existing zoning code. And if you go to the state statutes, the Illinois revised statutes, one of the 3 conditions in which you need to satisfy for a zoning board of appeals for zoning relief is that the property in question cannot yield a reasonable return if permitted to be used only under the conditions allowed by the regulations in that zone. Okay, so there's been a demonstrated attempt to generate a reasonable return, and that wasn't successful. Mr. McGuire then began in the fall of 2011 and through the spring of 2013, an attempt to sell this property with no success. And I will tell you, this is where the rubber meets the road and why today you are hearing about a 6-unit condo building. And not only did this impact the McGuires as the petitioners, but it also impacted, it appears, based on the appraisal report that we were given Friday that was done for the neighbor at 550 Green Bay Road, It also was a factor in his decision to purchase that property, for what I would suggest in my professional opinion was an astronomical price for a single family home in a multifamily district surrounded by multifamily property. So I want to share this screen if that's okay, Taylor, and I'm not nearly as sophisticated as the professionals. So I'm going to walk through this document off my desktop. So John Hood, who was a long-serving, very honorable, hardworking building commissioner, zoning official, issued an opinion on May 23rd, 2013. And in that, Mr. Hood advised the McGuires that not only was the property not subdividable, but there was no way to even seek a variation to make it subdividable. Okay. No way to even ask for your approval to get it subdivided. John was wrong in 2013. Taylor and the village attorney affirmed that in early 2020. But that rock solid position usurped the authority at that point of the Zoning Board of Appeals, of the Zoning Commission, because those of us who have served in staff roles, working in municipal governments, understand that we can advise, we can answer questions, but we don't issue those sort of determinations. Okay, so facing this major obstacle and not able to sell his property for a reasonable return, Mr. McGuire sat with this property trying to figure out what to do. Okay, there was nothing in this letter that suggested Mr. McGuire could not pursue what he's pursuing tonight, which is a rezoning of the property to multifamily. You've seen the maps, you know what Green Bay Road is, you know what the zoning district is. It's completely reasonable to think the redevelopment of this site with multifamily actually fits into the plan. What actually doesn't fit into the plan, what is the anomaly, is the single family home to the north that sits on a multifamily lot. Now, I will make this point now, and I'll probably come back to it, but there's this desire to see the petitioner, I guess, build a 7,000 square foot house, 6,500 square foot house. But you know what could happen as soon as they did that? The owner of 550 Green Bay Road could simply tear his house down and build multifamily. He could do to the 538 Green Bay Road neighbor what he doesn't want the 538 Green Bay Road neighbor to do to him. Okay, you can't have your cake and eat it too. So this comes from a document that we were given Friday, I believe, Chris. I think that's right. This is from an appraiser that the neighbor at 550 Green Bay Road engaged to generate a report that says the value of this house at 550 Green Bay Road will be significantly impacted if the zoning change is granted and this building is built. You know, it's poppycock. They speak to the John Hood letter in the first paragraph. In the second paragraph, they speak to, in 2019, when this property was acquired, the purchaser at the time didn't anticipate any change to the south. Okay. But he did think about everything else over there. The townhouses to the north, the railroad tracks across the street, the train tracks, all of it was considered. But there was some assumption made based on John's letter or not foreseeing the future that, in fact, those were all factored into the price that he paid. And that somehow a $800 to $1 million per unit condo development to his south was going to significantly impact his value. Well, I would tell you that impacting his value is not an issue that falls under the hardship standards by which you assess zoning changes. And even if it did, the evidence is clear that values with new development adjacent single-family homes will increase and be greater than when you look at what happened next to 450 Green Bay Road. In the third paragraph of this appraiser's letter, he goes to great length to talk about the site impacts. If you read it carefully, and I won't go through it in great detail, he talks about trees being removed, landscaping being adjusted, but all of that landscaping and all those trees, they're on the neighbor's property. They're on 538 Green Bay Road. So they have no control over that, right? So this suggestion in this appraisal report that the value of 550 Green Bay Road would be impacted by 8 to 12% is not consistent with the evidence. And speaking to that point, and this is an old village manager sketching on paper versus CAD drawings. What this drawing reflects is this. The blue box, the heavy blue box, is what we call the building envelope. Recognizing the setbacks required, roughly 30 feet from the front, a minimum of 8 feet on the side, with a combined setback of 41 feet. And I think the rear yard is 35 feet. A new home of 6,700 square feet, or whatever the number is, can be built within that envelope. So if you look at this blue corner here, that's where the front of this new single family home could be built. Okay. This is the home at 550. Okay. So this entire area is being preserved as green space, but for the driveway, giving greater separation to the neighbor at 550 Green Bay Road. Okay. The neighbor at 550 Green Bay Road, when he bought this home, I guess he was unconcerned about the multifamily to the north. The building at 317 Hawthorne is no more than 20 feet away from the northwest corner of this building. The appraiser's letter speaks to invading his privacy and creating issues for him, all of which would be created by a single family home built within the requirements, and no right of zoning review, no right to talk about landscaping, no right to put in conditions that you can do under the special use permit and the plan commission can do during their review. Now, as for the other neighbors who I respect immensely, as a former Glencoe resident myself, what they don't want to see is they believe they're going to see something that's bigger and uglier and not as attractive as what could go there, which is a 6,700 square foot single family home. Now, is it practical to think somebody's going to build a 6,700 square foot house on Green Bay Road? No, because they don't exist. South of Park Avenue, the house at 550 Green Bay Road is the anomaly. It is the outlier. But what can be done there versus what is there, and what would be done with the 6-unit building? There's not much. There's not much real difference. Now, I will point out, and you saw this drawing earlier. You saw this drawing, which I'll flip when I get there. This is out of the appraisal report. This is the adjacency, the adjacent property at 550 Green Bay Road on the north. Okay, that's what's there. That would never be built today. That housing stock, it doesn't meet the needs of downsizing Glencoe residents. It was built at a different time, but somehow that's acceptable. That was acceptable when he purchased the property. A big parking lot. Those 4 units on Green Bay Road have no interior parking. There's no spots for garbage. The building behind it at 317 Hawthorne does in fact have 2 indoor parking spaces per unit. Okay, so this objection and this suggestion that there's a value decrease associated with multifamily next to a single family home built in a multifamily zone lot, it just doesn't compute. And I'd suggest is a little disingenuous. Okay, you know, in the early, when we had the crash in 2009, appraisals were a big issue. And the designation for a appraiser is a master of the appraisal institute. There was a time when we referred to those appraisals as they were done because they were built to the conclusion, not built to generate a conclusion, was the designation MAI, which stood for made as instructed. So you've seen so this is what the building on the north is good. See, I'm not that good at this stuff, but hold on. This is what you saw the parking lot. I don't need to go back to it, but this is what you're going to see on yourself. How can you suggest this will have a negative impact when you spent over $1 million to buy a house with the adjacency of those townhomes? Doesn't seem correct to me, but so let me talk about the conditions. Bear with me. I did it again. I'm much better in person, or I was a long time ago. So let's talk about what the conditions are, okay, on either side. So when you go north of 550 Green Bay Road, I mentioned there's no indoor parking or trash storage spaces for the 4 units to the north, okay? What's interesting, there's then 4 units in the 317 Hawthorne building. You're all familiar with these 2 structures, the stucco with the brown wood and the red brick. Do you know that over the on and off of the last many years, 5 of the 8 of those units have been rented at an average monthly rental rate of less than $2,000 or $2,000 a month? Okay, so that's the condition of it. That certainly doesn't enhance the value of single family homes. Here's the other condition. All 8 of those units sit on property size of just 17,800 square feet. So that's an average underlying property of 2,235 square feet per unit. Okay. And then I mentioned the proximity of those buildings to the north to the 550 home. Now let's talk about the beautiful building that you just saw being proposed to the south. Not only is it substantially further away from the 550 Green Bay Road than the existing multifamily to the north, but it's significantly, the proposed 6-unit building is significantly further away than a new single family home could be. So there's 2 indoor parking spaces per unit. The garage entry to the building is on the south side of the building, further away from the neighbor in question. The 6 units are being built on 26,400 square feet. You could, in fact, build within the zoning compliance more units. You could do it. You could build an underground garage like we did at 450 Green Bay Road. You could add first floor units if the zoning was changed and you lived within the zoning. But what we're saying to you is we're getting the zoning change, but we're going to build a compliant building with units that actually have high value that lead to more taxes, better quality, finishes, etc. Okay. So when you compare and contrast what's there and a decision to spend that much money there, and I don't mean to attack the appraiser, and I respect the view of all neighbors, but the neighbor's general concern, and you asked it on the air conditioning issue, was did the neighbor have an objection? Okay. In all my years of being in this business and sitting through way more zoning board meetings and village council meetings than I would ever want to again, neighbors' concerns are real, right? But they've got to be based on the facts. Nobody wants to see somebody else put up green space. I mean, Think about how you would have handled that air conditioning condenser question if the neighbor was there and objecting. You probably would have reached the same conclusion, I assume, because we don't live in a democracy. We live in a representative republic, and you're appointed by the village board to carry out the law and the standards by which these things are established. I go back and I really have great respect for John Hood, who is still a Glencoe resident and has weighed in heavily on this matter. And John speaks to no rezonings over the last 50 years. Well, you just affected a zoning change with the air conditioning condenser. That's a zoning change. I mean, is it a rezoning? Not necessarily, but it's a zoning change. And on every one of these considerations, it's lot specific. So to suggest that is a little bit, I find a little challenging based on my experience. And this notion of profit. Well, had in fact in 2013, I'm not suggesting this to be the case, had in fact the opinion issued was validated by the village attorney and reviewed by the zoning board or the village manager in 2013, Mr. McGuire may have gone off and tried to build 2 single-family homes there. That would have been a greater compliment to the 550 Green Bay Road house than what's there today, okay? And again, this note at the bottom needs to be understood. You could build a massive, beautiful home at 538 Green Bay Road. In 6 months from now, a year from now, I understand it's not practical. I'm not suggesting it's going to happen. But the owner of 550 Green Bay Road could actually tear his house down and build 3 townhouses or condos. He has the right to do that. And it just seems not necessarily very fair, right? So let's get to the issue of value, because the facts are clear. When you look north of 550 Green Bay Road and you look at those townhouses, here's the sales history. Here's when those units sold, okay? Because there's 4 on Green Bay Road and there's 4 off of Hawthorne. The average sales price, $266,250, okay? That's the value of those properties. Now let's look at a similar situation going to 450 Green Bay Road. 450 Green Bay Road was finished in 1999. At the time, there were some dumpy houses along Adams, 317, 319, both of which are in the multifamily zoning district. Okay, both of them are there. 325, 333, 337. If you look at that map, all of those properties back up to 450 Green Bay Road. Every one of them. And the distance from the 450 Green Bay Road building to the backyards or the structures on Adams will be much closer than the 538 building will be to the homeowners on South who have raised objections about valuation concerns and the impact on the community. Every one of those homes on Adams were torn down since 1999. Those 5 homes are all brand new, or brand new beginning in 2007, 8, 9. The average sales price is $1,142,000. I mean, they're real. I mean, that's the facts. I mean, this isn't some, it's going to drive value down when in fact neighboring properties value was driven up. And on a side note, the owners at 450 Green Bay Road pay about $110,000 a year in real estate taxes. Okay. As the real estate taxes associated with these homeowners on Adams are significantly higher than the real estate taxes being paid on Hawthorne. Okay. So let me just come back to this and then I'll quiet myself. This is right from the Illinois state statutes. They're not often specifically focused on at any zoning board here. When I was in Lake Bluff, there was a guy named Lou Stedman, long gone. Lou's standard for granting zoning variations was this simple. If no neighbor came and objected, he didn't have a problem with it. Sort of whatever they wanted to do, he was pretty okay with it. Well, that isn't what the standard is. The standard on zoning changes is that the Board of Appeals shall require evidence that the property in question cannot yield a reasonable return if permitted to be used only under the conditions allowed by the regulations in that zone. Well, let's be honest, who's going to build a 6,000 square foot house? Steve couldn't sell it in 2005, 11, 13. You know, there's no reasonable return on that because the underlying property of 27,000 square feet deserves something better than that to get a reasonable return. The plight of the owner is due to unique circumstances. I don't know where there's a driveway that runs through a Park District property. I mean, those are truly unique circumstances. And the variation, if granted, will not affect the essential character of the locality. Well, folks, drive up and down Green Bay Road. Look at 450 Green Bay Road. I mean, it's a beautiful building. I mean, I think Morganti Wilson have designed a better building than we built in 1999 for 538 Green Bay Road. And it's only 6 units. We built 9. But this will be an enhancement of the multifamily character that stretches along Green Bay Road. So I believe, I've been around a long time. I'm a little older than when I was 29 coming into the village chambers for the first time, but I've never seen a rezoning request, honestly, you know, where the state statutes, the requirements set forth in the state statutes are truly met. So with that, I will turn it back, I think, to Chris. I'm happy to answer any questions on this valuation issue. And the reality of what the market shows it to be. The appraisal didn't speak to any of the houses on Adams. It spoke to a house at 510 Woodlawn that I sold a few months ago. But unless you're looking at values on Green Bay Road for single family homes, then you're not looking at the right comps. And they don't really exist because how many single family homes are there? So I appreciate the opportunity to, you know, come back in this forum and share what little I know. But I do think this is a meritorious case, warrants your approval. It's a good thing for Glencoe. And frankly, it's a good thing for the neighbors. So with that, Chris, I'll go back to you, I guess.
Okay, thank you, Peter. Mr. Chairman, at this point, that concludes our presentation. We are available to answer any questions. I do note that you and the other commissioners have been going at this for 2 hours. I don't know if you want to take a short break and then we'll pick it up in a few minutes or just keep plowing forward.
Thank you, Mr. Canning. I do think now is probably a pretty good time for a quick break. I don't want to by any means lengthen the evening by taking a long break, but I'm thinking a 10-minute break, Taylor, would be appropriate here. And before we adjourn or pause here, I'll say to my fellow commissioners, consider if we want to, when you come back, if we want to start asking questions of the applicant now, or hold our questions for after a chance for some of the neighbors to speak. So think about that while you're on break. And why don't we convene back here again at, let's call it 8:15, Taylor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, just an informal roll call here. Are we all back? I see Sarah.
Friedman.
Hi.
Kaplan. I don't see Alex yet.
Debbie's here. Dave.
Missing Alex
Sarah.
and Alex is back. We're just missing Michael.
Okay. We'll just give it another minute here. Mike, there we go.
Yeah, sorry about that.
No problem. You're right on time, 8:15. So commissioners, would anybody like to ask any questions of any of the presenters that we've heard so far? I'll remind you, there's going to be plenty of opportunities to ask questions going forward, and we're going to hear from the neighbors. We're going to have some letters that will be read into the record. So we are going to be receiving a lot more information. But does anybody have any questions at this time?
I have a couple.
Okay.
I have one question to be directed to Peter Cummings. And that is, in the case of your client, in those 3 timeframes in which your client could not sell his house, is the commission to understand that there were no offers for the house during those 3 timeframes?
I was not the broker of record. My understanding is there were no offers to purchase the property in those 3 timeframes.
Okay. Second question is for Scott Frere. Mr. Frere, is it customary for you to recommend to your clients that they meet with neighbors in the rezoning processes as a best practice? And did your client meet with neighbors during the process?
David, it absolutely is a customary and good practice to always meet with your neighbors, understand the context and the people that are surrounding you. I have no knowledge of whether the owner or any of our team members have met with the neighbors.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Anybody else? Taylor, one question for you. The height of this proposed building compared to the height of a single family home that could be built in its place. Can you explain the differences there?
Sure. The height of this building is 31 feet is measured to the top of the roof. The way that our zoning code defines height of a building depends on roof type. So for example, the home to the north, 550 Green Bay Road, is, I don't have the number in front of me, but I believe it's about 7 or 8 feet higher than the proposed building to the peak of the roof. The height limit in both the RD and RC district is 31 feet. However, that height is measured differently when based on the type of roof. So at 550 Green Bay Road, the home to the north, the existing home, that roof line is about 37, 38 feet, because on a pitched roof like that, it's measured to the middle of the roof, between the eaves and the ridge. If it's a flat roof, it's measured to the top of the roof. So, to measure to the top of the roof at 31 feet, this proposed building is lower than a single family home with a pitched roof could potentially be there on site. It's lower than the home to the north. However, there's some nuance there, depending on how you define height, how you measure height based on that definition in the zoning code. The measurement of 31 feet to the top here is the conservative reading of the height limit for this building, because it's mostly a flat roof up there. The majority of that roof up there is a flat roof. So that's why they've taken the conservative reading there of measuring 31 feet right to the ridge. But a roof could potentially go higher than that if you measure to the midpoint of between the eaves and the ridge of the roof. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. And it was helpful for me. Hopefully that was clear for everybody, but because we had, I believe, the variance request or variation request previously that dealt with that. And so I recall, as you were kind of explaining, where you measure it between the eave and the peak. But that makes sense to me.
I wouldn't be surprised if they're most new homes that you'll see around would probably be higher than to the ridge than you'd see on this proposed building. But per the definition of height, they're still fine per our zoning code.
I see. And do we have I probably missed this. Do we have the square footage of the proposed building? And I'd be curious from a.
I might have that on hand.
Okay.
Does the architect have that available, the square footage of the total units? And the
yeah, and it's probably less relevant from a building square footage than it's kind of a footprint square footage. And I think
I do have.
I think
yeah. So the footprint is 7,400 square feet.
Of the proposed building.
Correct. At grade, which is the parking structure.
Right. Okay. So I'm sure I, like my fellow commissioners, will have many of questions, but I think it would be nice, unless somebody can feel free to disagree. Although, Mike, did you want to ask a question?
No.
Okay. I suggest we move along with the hearing. Everybody, what I've been doing, and I suggest of everybody, is to take notes, and we can circle back and ask questions from Mr. Cummings, Mr. Ferrer, from Mr. Canning, and then anybody who speaks after, and we'll be able to get all the information that we're seeking, hopefully. And with that, Taylor, do you want to start reading written comments that were not in the agenda?
I will.
Or I'm sorry, not in the packet into the record?
Yes. So just for clarification, the way we've handled these comments, if anyone provided a written comment prior to the publishing of the agenda packet, your comment has been forwarded to the zoning commission. It's already in the public record in the agenda packet itself. Written comments that we received prior to the start of the meeting today that were not in the agenda packet, I have 5 of those. Excuse me, I have 7 of those, 5 of which met the 400-word limit to be read tonight. We have 2 other comments that were too long to be read tonight. If you could give me 1 second, I accidentally closed that folder, which will be included in the agenda packet that will go to the village board, will be part of that record. Those comments have been forwarded to the zoning commission for consideration. They were forwarded earlier today. We did have 1 comment in opposition from Barney and Adrian Gallagher at 550 Green Bay Road. That's the appraisal that was referenced by the applicant earlier. That is too long to be read into the record. We also had 1 comment in support of the proposal that was received this evening from a Kevin Krupa, which was too long to be read at this meeting tonight. So with that, I'll go ahead and read the other 5 comments that we received that met our 400-word limit. So the first comment is from Isabella Dianovsky. I'm writing to express my opposition to the proposed condo development at 538 Green Bay Road. I'm aware of all the previous correspondence regarding this opposition, so I will only mention that a project on that scale is unfit in our area. I live at 314 Hawthorne Avenue, and this will directly affect me. Regards, Isabella Dianovsky. The next comment is from John Hood. In my 38 years working with the village, I know current and future buyers of property neighboring or near business or multifamily zone property completed their purchase knowing of the 50-year history of no Glencoe rezonings of the property east of the Edens Expressway. Our educated citizenry sought to protect their hard-earned investment of their property purchase by knowing this and other village characteristics. No owner or developer should profit from the rezoning of their property at a loss in value to those living in the vicinity of an unexpected project or anything not designated differently in a long-range comprehensive plan. This would establish a dangerous precedent for Glencoe and the Reliance future home buyers when making a property purchase. Thank you for your diligence, John Hood, 167 Maple Hill Road. The next was actually signed by 26 signers. This is a petition. We received it in a few different parts, but it's the same petition that was signed by 26 different signers, which the Zoning Commission has all of those names have been forwarded to them. Dear Chairman Novak and Zoning Board Commissioners, we Glencoe residents who are signing our names to this petition strongly urge you to reject the rezoning request which has been made for the property at 538 Green Bay Road. Rezoning this property from single family to multifamily will set a dangerous precedent which has the potential to adversely affect the character of our village and the value of our properties. The petition by the owners of 538 Green Bay Road is self-serving, offers no public benefit, and contrary to the claims made by the rezoning applicants and their agents in the document shared in the July 12th, 2021 zoning board packet, is a one-off, which is not part of any comprehensive Glencoe initiative. If the village of Glencoe decides to launch a program to deliberately increase the number of multifamily residences in the community, then this must be done responsibly with community notification, community discussion, formal engagement with urban planning experts, and development of specific goals and parameters. The village has no such program in place. This decision has profound and terrible precedent-setting potential for the village of Glencoe, including properties on Linden Avenue, and we, the undersigned, urge each and every member of the zoning board to vote responsibly to protect the integrity of the community by rejecting the application for rezoning of the 538 Green Bay Road property. Again, that was signed by 26 different signers. The next written comment comes from Ruth and Chris Procopi. Point one, we are highly supportive of the development of more multifamily dwellings in Glencoe. The use of rezoning, a process without set standards and at the discretion of the Board of Trustees to achieve this goal is problematic. What is to prevent the rezoning of other many lots in the village physically close but non-adjacent to major arterial streets when no such standards exist? Point two, it appears that this lot has multiple options for development which would not entail rezoning, a process which has been used sparingly and implies a degree of irreversibility. Denying the rezoning application would not unreasonably restrict the development options for this lot. Point three, there are other lots currently zoned appropriately for multifamily dwellings in the village, which do not require rezoning. The village can achieve its housing diversity goals without needing to rezone existing lots. Regards, Ruth and Chris Procopi. And finally, the last written comment is from Lisa Wadler at 535 Old Green Bay Road. In September of 2005, we purchased 535 Old Green Bay Road, situated across Green Bay Road from the property proposed for rezoning. Our home is one of the original 20 homes built in town. When we purchased, Glencoe had numerous old homes with beautiful historic architecture. Except for a rare few, those homes no longer exist. The town's history was destroyed one permit at a time. Given the new homes built, two builders designed the same homes over and over. Some of this village's uniqueness vanished. Over time, we learned that Glencoe's historic committee has no power short of asking homeowners not to have history torn down. Today, Glencoe is again evaluating how our community appears and what we value. While we understand the value in property being a significant investment, the revenue should not be at the expense of our neighbors and community. One exception leads to another via precedent. any homeowner would be able to petition for the right to sell to a developer building multi-units. Having multi-unit across the street may impact my home's value. One homeowner cannot be valued over those surrounding that property. We and other neighboring homeowners bought our home with the certainty of single-family homes surrounding us. Today, you are proposing to erase that certainty. Today, you are threatening our investment. Some of the qualities that drew our family to Glencoe were single-family homes, beautiful yards, amazing schools, and village structure. If we wanted to live with multi-unit neighbors, we would have chosen a different community. Most families prefer the security and sense of community that comes with long-term home stability, traditionally found in single-family home sales. As a community with limited resources, multi-units add new dimensions. We had to limit watering this summer. Has anyone evaluated how multi-unit dwellings impact these infrastructure concerns? As a neighbor, community member, and homeowner, we oppose the rezoning of 538 Green Bay Road. Sincerely, Lisa Wadler. And that is all of the written comments that we received that met our criteria for being read into the record before the meeting tonight.
Thank you, Taylor. So then I suppose that means since the meeting began this evening, or the hearing began, you have not received any emails with comments that should be read in. I just want to make sure that's the case.
Let me just make sure, checking the Glencoe meeting inbox. We have not received any since the beginning of the meeting.
Okay, thank you.
And Taylor, you sent those comments to us a bit early, right? You did, right?
Yes. They were forwarded, some were forwarded last week when they came in, and then the ones that came in today were forwarded earlier today.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to just kind of walk through how the comments from here on out will go. We'll kind of divide them into two groups. The first group being proximate property owner presentations. Those are people who live within 200 feet of 538 Green Bay Road. And also, I mean, that same list received written notice in the mail, not just an email about this meeting. Okay. So that group of people will have as much time as you'd like to present, and will have the ability to ask questions or cross-examine, to use a technical term, the applicant and any of the applicant presenters. The second group of people who will be speaking, that's general public comment related to this case. That group will have a time limit, a 3-minute limit. Taylor will help aid. He'll notify when we're at 30 seconds and when we're at time. So we appreciate brevity in that circumstance, and understand that it could certainly be a situation where the folks who are speaking before you might be crossing off things that were on your list of what to say. So I encourage everybody to listen to folks that are speaking before. We did have a sign-up list before the meeting, and we have a few people that have signed up. And what I'd like to do is start with that first group, proximate owners, those that signed up. Then we'll move to any proximate owners that did not pre-sign up, but still are afforded the ability to speak. And then we'll move to that general public, starting with those who signed up, followed by those who are compelled to speak here tonight. So with that said, Barney and Adrian Gallagher.
I'm going to go ahead and move the Gallaghers over to presenter, and as well as their 3 representatives, Jim, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, Bruce Cowens and Bob Hedrick. I'm going to go ahead and move them over now.
Thank you.
Oh, excuse me. I've accidentally moved the wrong person. Okay. There it is, Mr. Gallagher, Mr. Cohen's. Mr. Hedrick. And I'm looking for Mr. Nice. See,
Yeah, Jim's on.
has he been promoted here to,
I don't see any of us on screen.
I do see Jim Neisty for, in the list of attendees.
Yeah, he's here.
are you able to share your video, Barney?
Where is the share video? I've got my mute is off.
You have a share video down there?
I'm looking, I don't see it down here. I just have mute, auto settings, audio settings. Huh. No, I don't have a button for video.
Okay.
I just have the audio. And I don't
Rich,
have
are you
share
able to promote
screen.
to a panelist, Rich? It's just showing me as allowed to talk.
I'm sorry, you were saying Mr. Barney Gallagher to promote to
Yeah.
panel?
Can you move them to when I click on the options, it just says allow to talk. It doesn't say promote to panelist.
Join as panelist, okay. Okay, that's me.
I've promoted Mr. Gallagher to a panelist.
Yeah, now how about Mr. Niesti, Mr. Cowens, Mr. Hedrick?
I think, Rich, you might be the only person who has this ability.
All right.
Okay, I see their names there. Bruce and, I don't see Jim yet.
He was on, but I've lost him.
All right. The
Yeah,
others have been promoted to panelists, so they should all have.
I see Bob. I do not see, yeah, there's Jim, okay, and Bruce, are you there?
I am.
Okay, great, there's Bruce. All right, again, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Zoning Commission. I'm Barney Gallagher. Adrian, my wife, and I reside at 550 Green Bay Road. We are going to be sharing our time with three representatives. Bruce Cowens, who was a former village trustee, Jim Niesti, who's a former member of the Zoning Commission, and Robert Hedrick, who is a state certified appraiser, who has submitted an appraisal concerning our property value. And we'd like to start our presentation with Mr. Cowens. So Bruce, if I can turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. My name is Bruce Cowens. I own a home on Lincoln Avenue in Glencoe, and from 2005 to 2015, I was a member of the village board. My remarks tonight are about how the village board and village leadership has handled some issues when there was controversy between somebody trying to change land use and the neighbor's reaction to it. The first, and perhaps one that everyone will know, is Writers Theater. The home next to it, known as the Castle, the owners have invested a great deal of time and money in restoring the house and came before the village board on the matter of rezoning for Writers Theater to say, look, we hate this. This is really damaging our dream home. We put so much into this project. We don't want to look at the back of a theater. And while the village board listened to them sympathetically, the decision was that it would literally benefit thousands of subscribers to have this theater, and that it would be instrumental in bringing some of the restaurants that people wanted. So, over the objections of the homeowner, the village board felt that the benefit of the project was sufficiently greater than the detriment to the neighbor that spoke up, and the village board approved the project. On another matter, Shalom sometimes struggles to find enough parking for everybody. They suffer a little from their popularity. And so in an effort to get some more parking, when a home went for sale across the street from them on Lincoln Avenue, they inquired about buying the house, tearing it down and putting in 6 angle parking spaces surrounded by single family homes. The village board or the village staff said to them, not happening. That is really out of character with the neighborhood. We're not interested in that, and so the matter died. We've had a lot of talk about how big homes are and how that is imposing and changing the character of Glencoe, and we have bulk requirements that we've enforced in order to protect neighbor interests. But when the village board took up the issue of contextual design, it said that if the design could be made more attractive and therefore better for the neighbors, you could go a little bit bigger than the FAR would otherwise allow. So what are the standards by which you will have to judge whether this project should proceed? Well, we have a precedent where we can go against a neighbor's interest if enough people benefit. If only a handful of people benefit, we've tended to say, no, that doesn't meet the threshold of doing what the neighbors are asking not be done. And if it's an aesthetic improvement in the eyes of the neighbors, that's great. We would let you build a bigger. In this case, if it's a 6-unit building, we can assume 2 residents per unit. We've got 12 people that will benefit. I would have to say, we have to say these people would all be in favor of the project. Of course they would. But I am informed, and you'll hear more on this later, that there's about 100 village residents that have expressed opposition here. So in your position is deciding what to do to represent the people of Glencoe, you have to address the asymmetry between the number of people that would benefit from it and the number of people who are expressing opposition to it. We heard in the presentation the neighbors are going to love it. I don't believe it. I've talked to some of the neighbors who were, and you need to know this, literally in tears over this project. They don't just object to it, they hate it. You have to consider that in your vote. I've heard about the Green Bay Road corridor, and in fact, there is such a thing, and we want that. And if this project could proceed on the basis of it being in the Green Bay corridor, we wouldn't all be here tonight. It is only here because it seeks to intrude into what is not the Green Bay corridor on behalf of the principle of the Green Bay corridor. And I think on that basis, it's frightening to many residents that we're not, again, we can talk truth in the American way in the Green Bay corridor, but when we start to let it intrude and expand into not the Green Bay corridor, which is what the request in front of you is, people find that very alarming. You will have to decide what to do. There obviously is an interest in some multifamily housing in Glencoe. But the question before you is it worth letting the encroachment of the Green Bay corridor move into a neighborhood in order to make that happen? I'll be interested to see how you vote. That concludes my remarks.
Bruce, thanks. Next, Mr. Nayesti, if you could take the floor. Jim, you're on mute. You're on mute.
Got it. Thanks, Barney. Chairman Novak and members of the Zoning Commission. I'm Jim Nayesti, and I'm speaking on behalf of Barney and Adrian Gallagher. I am a former member of the Glencoe Zoning Commission from 2008 to 2015. During that time, the Zoning Commission was principally guided in its decisions by public input. In other words, we wanted to know, what do the neighbors say? Howard Royne, our now village president, was chairman of the Zoning Commission for much of the time that I was on it, and he certainly agreed with that approach. Let's hear what the neighbors say. Here, what do the neighbors say? They have clearly spoken in opposition to the rezoning of the 538 Green Bay Road parcel and to the granting of a special use permit. Barney and Adrian Gallagher and some 100 additional Glencoe residents have expressed their opposition to the application by the McGuires. While I was on the commission, I don't recall any application that created so much opposition, not even close. The Gallagher's home at 550 Green Bay Road is an award-winning residence. It was recognized by the Glencoe Historic Preservation Committee for its wonderful design. It was designed and built in specific reliance on the neighboring parcel to the south, 538 Green Bay, the McGuires, remaining zoned for only single-family use. The south side of the Gallagher's home is a complete wall of windows, which the applicant hasn't bothered to show you. Nor did they bother to show you the north side of the Gallagher's home, which does not have windows. So it does not overlook the multifamily buildings to the north. The Gallaghers bought this home relying on the single family zoning of the 538 parcel. Under the McGuire's application, the existing single family home of just over 2,500 square feet would be replaced by a 3-story, 6-unit condo building, which we've heard tonight will have 7,400 square feet, nearly 3 times the size of the existing single-family home. And we heard from Chris Canning, the attorney for the applicant, the first speaker. He said at the very outset that a house, a single-family home of 6,900 square feet that could be built on this parcel without any variance or is it rezoning would be out of keeping with the character of the neighborhood. That's what he said. I quote, "How then can a multifamily dwelling of 7,400 square feet be in keeping with the character of the neighborhood?" This building will significantly impair the Gallagher's enjoyment of their home and reduce its market value. The Gallagher's privacy will be lost. Their views will be dominated by the bulky condo building to the south and by its 58-foot diameter paved turnaround area. True, the proposal is to set back the bulky condo building a little bit further than the existing single-family home, but in front of it, it's going to have a 58-foot diameter paved turnaround area that will be used by all sorts of delivery vehicles. And that is what the Gallaghers will be looking at in addition to the 7,400 square foot 3-story building. At this point, I want to share my screen and show you just a few photographs. This one shows the south side of the Gallagher's home, 550 Green Bay Road. The photographer here would have been standing on the sidewalk along Green Bay Road. So here you can see the wall of windows that I've mentioned. The next photo is also of the south elevation of the Gallagher's home. It shows what would be the southwest corner. Now here's the view from that wall of windows. Here's what the Gallaghers see presently: the green single-family home to their south. And here's the view from the Gallaghers' back deck. Now, in contrast, this is what they'll be looking at if the rezoning and special use permit goes ahead. Not this, not that, but this, 7,400 square feet of condominium.
2,300.
Now, as I mentioned, the Glencoe Historic Preservation Commission recognized the design of 550 Green Bay, the Gallagher's home, with an award in 2015. Adrian and Barney Gallagher are longtime residents of Glencoe. They are active in our community. Adrian is the co-chair of the Village Nominating Commission. Barney is the chairperson of the Sustainability Task Force. They spent years living in Glencoe, renting, but looking for their dream home here in Glencoe to buy. It would be extremely unfair to them to grant the McGuire's petition, and it would be extremely unfortunate for Glencoe to lose the Gallaghers as members of our community. Glencoe residents should be able to reasonably rely on the zoning map and zoning stability. According to John Hood, there has never been a rezoning of a single-family parcel into a multifamily parcel in Glencoe's history. Changes to the zoning map should only be made when the public good demands or requires the change. Here, the McGuire's application principally demonstrates a private, not a public, a private benefit, the possibility of greater private gain from the development into a multifamily building. The neighbors here gain nothing. Their single-family homes will be devalued. According to the appraisal report from Robert Hedrick and Associates, the Gallagher's home will be devalued some 6% to 8%. And there'll be fewer potential buyers even interested in looking at it. So the universe of possible purchasers will be diminished, as well as its actual value. Other homes in the neighborhood also likely will be devalued. The McGuire's claim that their development will actually increase the value of neighboring properties, but they offered absolutely no evidence supporting that. Now, Mr. Cummins pointed to the building of some new homes on Adams, just south of his 450 development. What he didn't talk about is what those homes might have sold for if the 450 condo building wasn't there. That's the relevant comparison. Sure, they might have sold for $1 million or $1.1 million on average, but they might well have sold for $1.4 million or $1.5 million. And that's the comparison that we need to make. And by the way, Mr. Cummins is neither a lawyer, an appraiser, and he doesn't even live in Glencoe. The Glencoe community at large gains only 5 new dwelling units under the McGuire's application. 6 condominium units, less the McGuire's current single-family home. So an increase of 5 dwelling units. Against the minimal gain of 5 units, this commission must weigh the negatives. The reduced future reliability of Glencoe's zoning map. I would suggest that it has no liability whatsoever if you recommend this application. Another negative, the diminished property values for the Gallaghers and their neighbors, their loss of privacy, views, open space, tranquility, the increased traffic and parking problems. Many of the letters that the commission has received in the packet speak to the existing now parking problems in the neighborhood. Those would only be exacerbated. And you have the additional ingress and egress of traffic into the 538 parcel and out onto Green Bay. And additionally, the increased noise from deliveries, visitors, and of course the owners of these 6 units. These negatives far outweigh the benefit of having 5 new dwelling units in Glencoe. McGuire suggests that the proposed development will increase the availability of empty nester housing in Glencoe for seniors who want to downsize, but there's no legal requirement or enforceable promise by McGuire's that the condominium units will be available for empty nesters. They will be available to whoever wants to buy them. The McGuire state that the development of the property will add to the village's tax base more than a single family home would. However, the increase in property tax revenue for the village from the development that is proposed has to be weighed against the devaluation and the loss of tax revenue from the neighboring homes. In all likelihood, this is going to be a wash or even a loss of tax revenue. The Green Bay Road corridor in Glencoe, unlike that in Winnetka, Kenilworth, Wilmette, is not lined with commercial buildings and multifamily dwellings. Turning 538 Green Bay Road into a multifamily dwelling is not part of the Glencoe comprehensive plan. It is not part of the Glencoe corridor. Anyway, there's a reason why we don't live in Wilmette, Kenilworth, or Winnetka. Glencoe has a unique character of single family homes. An entirely commercial and multi-family street is in villages. And I'm continually troubled by comparing Glencoe to those other villages and looking to their zoning codes and building codes and other regulations. We're Glencoe. We chose to live here for a reason. Please recommend against the application for the rezoning of 538 Green Bay Road. I want just another few seconds to take a look at my notes from earlier. I was troubled by Peter Cummins' remarks. He's not a lawyer, but he tried to mislead you on the legal standards. There are some lawyers on the commission, I know, and you'll get the right standards. But what he said was, in his words, that was the poppycock. The only interest of Peter Cummins here is as a real estate broker, and he stands to make money from the sale of these units. So he is not disinterested. It's not even a resident of Glencoe to have that interest. His is purely a commercial interest as a broker and as a developer. And with respect to his 450 Green Bay Road development, that building could not be built today as it was. He pressed the envelope to the absolute limit in building that, and following its construction, there were changes to the Glencoe zoning code. Another argument he made was that a single family home could be built here on 538 Green Bay And it could be cited in a way that would be more disturbing to the Gallaghers than the citing of the multifamily building, in that it could be brought forward further. And the multifamily condo building is proposed to be set back a bit. But you know what a straw man argument is, don't you? Mr. Cummins and Mr. Canning conceded that nobody would buy a 6,900 square foot single family home on Green Bay Road. So these arguments don't hold any water. They're not the relevant arguments. That house won't be built. The other straw man argument that he made was the multifamily buildings to the north of the Gallaghers. As I mentioned before, the Gallagher's home is designed so that it does not look out on them. Those buildings are screened. What the Gallaghers look out on is the McGuire's property at 538. And that will be dramatically changed if their application is granted. Thank you.
Jim, thanks very much. I guess next I will call on Robert Hedrick to just give an overview of the work that he's done in terms of appraising the value of our home now and what it would be after construction of the proposed condominium building. Robert?
If I could interject for just 1 second, I apologize for this. We just realized that we didn't swear in these last few presenters. I'd like to do that at this point and swear in Mr. Hedrick. Sorry, I'm hearing a lot.
Oh, sorry about that, Taylor.
But if I could,
I forgot all about the swearing in bit.
yeah, that's my fault. If I could, I'm just going to do it retroactively. If I could have Mr. Nayesti, I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing.
Nayesti.
Mr. Collins and Mr. Gallagher, if I could have you raise your right hand.
Okay.
You swear or affirm that the testimony you have provided and are about to provide is true and complete?
Yes.
Thank you. And now we'll go with Mr. Hedrick. If I could have you raise your right hand. I just muted you because I was hearing some feedback there. Oh, excuse me. You're muted, Mr. Hedrick.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide is true and complete?
I do.
Thank you.
You've got a lot of feedback, Bob.
Can you hear me okay, or is this, I'm not sure what to rectify that?
It's, I don't know, there's a buzzing of some sort.
Bob, try hitting your mute, then coming back on.
Okay. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, but it's a little bit of a buzz, but I guess we'll have to work through it.
I'll try to speak as clearly as I can. I apologize, it's quite quiet in my room here, so I'm not sure what the issue might be. Just to introduce myself, I've been appraising since I graduated from the University of Illinois in 1977 with a degree in economics, Bachelor of Science degree in economics. That's 44 years. I obtained the SRA designation from the Appraisal Institute in 1980, not to be confused with the previously mentioned MAI, made as instructed, which actually doesn't mean made as instruction, but rather refers to member of the Appraisal Institute. And like many organizations, I suspect there's good appraisers and bad appraisers and good brokers and bad brokers and attorneys and so forth. I'd like to think that I fall into the category of a competent appraiser. I also hold the SCRP designation, Senior Certified Relocation Professional with Worldwide Employee Relocation Council. I am a certified general real estate appraiser in the state of Illinois. I have been so since we were originally requested to do so in the early 1990s by the federal government. And I'm currently certified with the state of Illinois. I also do hold a broker's license in the state of Illinois, although I have never actually actively sold real estate. I've appraised hundreds of homes in the North Shore over my career, spanning from attached, detached, up to what I feel is a bit of a misnomer when we talk about multifamily in this particular area. Most of us real estate professionals will regard multifamily as 2+ units, like a 2-flat, 3-flat, 4-flat, 20-unit building, that type of thing. Whereas when we search our data through, for instance, MLS records, townhomes and condos fall under attached housing. It could be low-rise, high-rise. In the case of those properties to the north of the subject property, those are townhouse by the type of description that we would normally use rather than multifamily. I understand the zoning, but just to be specific about the type of housing, it is attached, and those are townhouse-style homes. I've been an expert witness with numerous government agencies, including the FDIC, which was as a result of the crash from that 2006 to 2012 timeframe, investigating for appraisal fraud against the lender. Also was a expert witness with the FHFA on a much larger multi-billion-dollar case. I've been an investigator for the state of Illinois, an independent contractor investigator under Governor Edgar, looking for appraisal fraud or investigating any potential for appraisal fraud. I've done quite a bit of litigation work with not only the government, as I just aforementioned, but school districts, hospitals, attorneys, which in some cases could be divorce appraisals, easement issues, a multitude of different reasons why there might be an appraisal needed for litigation. I was engaged by the Gallaghers back in July of this year. They had contacted me to explain what the situation was. My engagement was not and is not subject to any predetermined value. That was spelled out within the engagement letter. It was my job to understand what the circumstances were that they were having affecting them to the north in this potential, or to the south rather, of this potential rezoning of the 538 Green Bay Road property. I'm compelled to comply with USPAP, which is Uniform Standards of Professional Appraisal Practice. I'm not allowed to take an assignment with any predetermined value, and this certainly is the case in this particular instance. I inspected the property back August 29th of this year. I did my due diligence and developed a market value as is of $1,250,000 using the sales comparison approach, which is one of 3 approaches typically considered by real estate appraisers. It wasn't to determine whether they overpaid or underpaid for the property when they had purchased it originally, but rather to determine what the fair market value would be as of that effective date on August 29th. The second phase of my appraisal then was to determine if there was any potential diminution in value as a result of the proposed zoning change and improvements. I don't know how much I need to go into that specifically, as I think we've heard quite a bit and seen a number of exhibits as to what is being proposed on that property to the south. The 3-story condo building with the 6 units, first floor garage, access via an easement over Park District property from Green Bay Road west to the turnabout circular driveway, which would access the front of the building. It's my understanding there'd be 3 parking spaces. It's a little difficult to ascertain if that's adequate parking for guests and deliveries. There's also, to my understanding, would be 12 parking spaces under the building, 2 per unit, which is somewhat typical for owners themselves. The issue with the diminution that I did ultimately determine was going to be a factor affecting the subject property became a multitude of items. Among them, the change in the view, as was just previously shown. And I'm not sure if you all have a copy of my appraisal, but I have a number of exhibits and photos in there, many of which have already been presented this evening. The access off of Green Bay Road in itself is going to develop congestion and traffic potential headlights into the property that the Gallaghers own at 550 Green Bay Road. Currently, that property is somewhat secluded in the backyard, away from the traffic along Green Bay Road. They do experience privacy as a result of the distance of the single-family home at 538 Green Bay Road at present. So with that new turnabout that would be proposed, the headlights would most likely go towards the north and towards the Gallagher property. There would be a multitude of reasons why that would be considerably more than what would currently exist with a single family home. The fact that there's 6 units, the fact that we have a number of deliveries, whether it's food deliveries, Uber, Amazon Prime, that's only increased over the years as people have had more items delivered to their property. You have housekeeping services that's not atypical at all, especially in properties like is being proposed in this price range. Could be weekly, could be daily for various reasons. And then of course the garbage, which is going to be, as I understand, brought out from the garage to the front of the building where the garbage truck would pull up, around the turnabout, pick up the garbage, and then proceed back out the driveway easement to get to Green Bay Road. In terms of the townhouse multifamily to the north, again, as was just presented, it is screened by the fact the architectural design of the subject property does not allow for a view of those properties. So there are some high windows on that side of the house, but they don't overlook those properties. The issue is really on the south side of the property, looking towards the 538 Green Bay Road. The large windows that serve for specifically not only the architectural design, but the passive solar nature of the house is a large part of what brings the uniqueness to the subject property and its value in its own method. There's very high-end German built windows, Unilux windows and doors. They have 1 foot of insulated walls and roof. There's trellis roof overhang providing sunscreen in the summertime. And that glass is insulated glass windows on the south side. So it's really a very integral part of the design and the marketability of the subject property that with any change in the makeup of the property to the south towards the 3-story multi-unit building is going to change the complete makeup of that view. And as far as the shade goes, I was able to look at a couple of renderings very similar to what was presented earlier. I noted in that presentation that 1 o'clock and 4 o'clock were specifically referenced in that would be the time frame from 1 to 4, and it was an approximation. So it showed a very small potential for some shade on the subject property, but it didn't really show what happens at 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock. And because that passive solar is critical to the sun, especially in the wintertime, I think the unknown here, and not anybody can give us a specific as to how that would affect the property and its solar potential there is in question as well. When I developed my opinion on the diminution in value, I went out of my way to look for other properties that had some external issues above and beyond just something like Green Bay Road. That was a given. The Gallaghers were aware of that. That was considered in my appraisal of $1,250,000 as to any external effects that would create on the subject property. I was looking for matched pairs, as we call it in appraisal, to try to find a property that would be similar, that didn't have an issue, versus one that does have some type of an issue with a building like the subject. And I was able to find a matched pair, which I did provide in the appraisal. Those properties were 391 Madison, which was a sale, and it did not experience any issues other than just residential effects, versus 618 Vernon, which was a canceled listing from a couple of years ago that didn't sell and was immediately next to a 3-story condominium building. I did an analysis of what that property had it sold at a list to sale ratio based on MLS statistics, and then with some appreciation from 2019 to current to come up with a diminution in the value of that 6 to 8%. So that's actually how that was developed. It wasn't just an opinion that I just tossed out. I was actually looking for solid concrete evidence of some type of a similar scenario, not identical, don't misunderstand me, but something that would be similar, if at all possible, to develop that estimate of that 6 to 8%. I'm just taking a look at my notes here real quick to see if there's anything else I might want to add to my thoughts on the appraisal. I think that pretty much sums up what I would like to speak to right now. So thank you.
Barney,
Mr. Gallagher, you're on mute. Mr. Gallagher.
Yeah, I got, my daughter told me to mute, so that might help with the buzzing on Bob's, but it didn't, and I forgot to unmute. Anyway, okay. Again, well, thank you, members of the Zoning Commission, Mr. Chairman. I assume all of you have read our letters that were in the packet for this meeting, but let me refresh your recollection as to who we are and why we're here. We're here because you are our neighbors. I'm your neighbor. I serve as the chair of the Sustainability Task Force. Adrian's your neighbor. She serves on the Village Nominating Committee. We're asking you as our neighbors to respect our home, our dreams, and our love for Glencoe. That's what this is about. Except for a brief hiatus that we spent in North Carolina, we've lived in Glencoe for about 24 years. Much of that time, we lived in one of the townhomes in the Winnicke Court development while I commuted to work from Glencoe to North Carolina and then from Glencoe to Philadelphia. We love the charm, the open spaces, and the things that make Glencoe unique. Upon my retirement, we embarked on an earnest quest to find a permanent home in Glencoe, a quest that stretched out over a number of years before we found our dream home at 550 Green Bay Road. And by the way, we would not tear it down to build a condominium. That home has its own story. It was built by a husband and wife architect designer team, Attila and Catalin Demeter. They bought the property, which was zoned RD, with the thought that they would build a multifamily unit on it. However, Attila, when looking at the property, saw an opportunity to build a special single-family home for themselves. They took care to architecturally screen the north side of the home from the two multifamily units on Hawthorne and Green Bay, and take advantage of the great open space of the park and single-family home to the south. Now, we know from the letter that Catalin wrote and submitted, and it's in the packet, they would not have built that house, our house, had the adjoining property been zoned RD. They were business people, very much so. They had done development in downtown, and they weren't going to make a decision that was going to risk their investment. So they relied on the zoning code to make a major financial decision. Just one thing about that screening on the north side, if I could share my screen for a second. Let me pull this up. Where's that? There we go. And let me pull the, where do I get back to get to my shared screen? Okay, screen sharing. I always have trouble with this. Desktop. Open. Oh, no, I'm not going to be able to do it. Sorry. I am technically inept. In any event, what we have are clear stories around the top of the house of that northern facing wall. So we don't see any of the residents on the other side. We just look out to the south on the green side. Coming back to our story, our home was recognized by the village, as was pointed out, for architectural significance. Unfortunately, shortly after moving to the home, Attila suddenly passed away. Several years later, Catalin determined to sell the home. We were fortunate that Catalin and Adrian were both designers and had worked together years ago in Chicago. They had reconnected when they were in Glencoe. And when she put the house on the market, we loved the house. And so we came in to try and buy it. Before we did so, we also checked to make sure the home at 538 Green Bay Road was zoned RC, not RD, as the openness of the south wall of magnificent windows would be ruined by construction of a large multifamily building. We made the single largest investment decision of our lives, relying upon the consistency of the RC zoning of the 538 property. We knew going in that there was a risk that it could be torn down and a bigger home could be bought. We assumed that risk. We accepted that, but there's a big difference between a big house and a 22,000 square foot condominium building, 3 stories tall. I mean, you just can't, it's not even on the same planet. In any event, having purchased our forever home, we settled in to seek to make a contribution to Glencoe. I became involved with the Sustainability Task Force and Adrian with the Nominating Committee. So that's our story. Now, why are we here today? Unfortunately, we were forced here because the petitioners seek to reverse precedent, 50 years of precedent, and rezone the 538 parcel from RC to RD to allow for construction of that 22,300 square foot, 3-story building with a 58-foot turnaround right outside our windows. Regarding precedent, staff and petitioner might urge that rezoning of 538 will not set a precedent for future rezoning, say along Linden, for example. But I would point out that a change in village staff has brought us to the question of precedent today. We know that Mr. Hood, who was on the staff in 2013, and in spite of Mr. Cummins' comments about Mr. Hood, he stood for precedent. And so did the village zoning commission at that time. And I hope they do today too. That's what we're all talking about here. We're really talking about trust. Can we trust the village on zoning? We hope we can. The impact of this development on our enjoyment of home would be nothing short of a disaster. Our home is completely open glass on the south wall facing the 538 property. And if this is allowed, we would be confronted with views of a huge paved turnaround in front of our and the structure, and staring into windows of this massive building located 20 feet from our lot line. We enjoy the openness of our home every day, looking out on the green spaces in the spring and the summer, enjoying the steady parade of wildlife that moves from the east side of the park of our home to the west. In winter, when the snow falls, it's like living in a snow globe. All that will be taken away if this petition is approved. Instead, we would have neighbors towering over our living spaces, looking in on our day-to-day living. Because we live in a glass house. We can't throw stones. Wildlife would no longer freely cross over from the park from the east to the west, as the 538 building would be in the way. We regularly dine and entertain on our rear deck from the spring through the fall. This 3-story condominium would loom over our deck a mere 40 feet away from our deck, bringing to an end our peaceful evening dinners outside. Now, I know when they show that picture of the building, that elevation, it looks like it's a long way off. It's not, it's 40 feet. The side of that building, we've staked it, it would be 40 feet from the edge of our deck. So that's close. And the renderings make it look like it's maybe a football field away. That's what you can do a lot with a drawing. We will suffer all this loss and the resulting diminution of value that's detailed by Mr. Hendricks. The noise, we talk about noise, the trash pickup, dumpsters beeping, compacting would be a frequent reminder of our new neighbors. In the evening, when we retire to our master bedroom to watch TV and unwind, we'll be getting headlights coming in and out of the development, and they've got, the parking lot's got windows, so we'll get the lights while the cars are driving in and out. And a few trees can't cure these ills. What is landscaping screening other than obstruction of views that we have of the park? And how can you shield a 3-story building? It just doesn't happen. How does this development impact the interest of the 30+ homeowners who voiced their opposition and who relied on the consistency of policy of the village to refrain from taking the drastic action of rezoning a property from RC to RD, who will lose privacy, enjoyment of their properties, and will suffer the loss of value in their most significant personal investment, their home. This is a quiet neighborhood surrounding a park that has a single-family home in the middle of it. It's an anomaly for sure. Construction of a massive 3-story building in its place will completely destroy the character of the neighborhood. None of us could foresee this development coming as the zoning did not supposed to allow it. There's much more at stake than just our interest at 550 Green Bay as the closest interest neighbor to the proposed interest. But you'll hear about that from our neighbors. In short, please don't do this to us. Please do not hurt me and Adrian and our neighbors for the sake of a couple extra housing units and the profit of a non-resident developer. The only way to permit this development is to destroy our dream home. It's as simple as that. But this is clearly not just about us. Read the letters, listen to our neighbors. I will now surrender the floor to our neighbors who were conveniently left out of all the drawings and maps and documents provided by the petitioner, like they didn't exist, like their interests were not at stake at all. When they are speaking, you can make reference to the map that's included as the 8th document in the opposition packet, titled Neighbors Oppose Rezone of 538 Multifamily Use. that has all the homes in the neighborhood with their addresses. You can look at that and you can see where these homes are specifically as each one of our neighbors addresses you. Again, thank you for your attention and your consideration. I hope that you will support our opposition and recommend against rezoning. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gallagher. I suggest as a commission, we hold questions and advance to Ms. Black, who signed up after Mr. and Mrs. Gallagher.
If I could interject for 1 second, Mr. Gallagher, you had mentioned to me that you were planning on a cross-examination. Is that, are you done with that? Or
Jim, did you want to cross Mr. Cummins?
I would ask him just a few questions.
Okay.
Chairman Novak, that we said that you want to do that at this point, correct? Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Cummins, could you unmute, please?
Done.
Thank you. You're not a lawyer, right?
I am not a lawyer.
You're not an appraiser.
I am not an appraiser.
Do you have a financial interest in this application?
I do not.
Okay. But you are a real estate broker, right?
I am.
And you stand to represent buyers or sellers of this proposed building, correct?
Potentially. I am under no agreement with Mr. McGuire for the listing or the sale of any of these units. This is what I would call good citizenry work, because a review of this file, an objective review of the file. And I
Objective is continuing monologue. It's not responsive to any of my questions.
I have no financial interest, nor am I being paid to enjoy this tonight.
Thank you.
I'm also not, I am not the developer. So as I understand it, Mr. McGuire is the developer who has resided and has owned this property for 34 years. And
What did he pay for it? Do you know what he paid for it?
I don't.
What do you think a reasonable return for him would be?
Market value based on an assessment. I don't know, $1 million. I mean, I would tell you that I do know that the prior owners of 550 Green Bay Road paid $192,000 for that. And
Okay, don't you think he could get $1 million for 538 today without any rezoning?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I mean, if you'd like to buy it, we'll sell it to you, but you know, or if Mr. Gallagher would like to buy it, we'd sell it to him. But
what was it listed for when he tried to sell it before?
It was at 1.2 and then 8.99 most recently.
And when did he try to sell?
He tried to sell it and I was not the listing broker at that time. He tried to sell it in the fall of 2011 through the spring of 2013. And also
not a particularly good time to sell, was it?
Well, but it was also for sale in 2005 at the height of the market.
And he listed it then for $1.2 million, you said.
He did.
Is that right? Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. I don't think he would have listed it without some reasonable basis for what it was worth based on its current zoning. Don't you think?
I wasn't involved in the pricing of it at that point.
So wouldn't you agree that if it was reasonably worth $1.2 million in 2004, was it you said? It would be worth at least that much now?
It's not. You don't, let's be honest, in the same way Mr. Gallagher is trying to protect his investment by talking about a home that was built with no zoning review, okay, no appearance review, okay, with a roof that's 38 feet high, doesn't necessarily complement a new single family home next door and a lot that's 25,000 square feet.
It can be cited just about any way on that lot, can it?
It can be.
The lot is so large. Thank you.
It is.
Thank you. Now let's go to your development at 450. It couldn't be built today the way it was, right?
In fairness, that was, I haven't followed the zoning changes in Glencoe, but
I thought you were up on all the zoning in Glencoe.
No,
I
no.
thought you were an expert.
I've only held myself out to be an expert as a real estate broker with the master's degree in public administration.
All right, so that's the limitation that's the
village-
limitation of your expertise. correct?
Absolutely. But
Okay, thank
also,
you.
who
Thank
based
you. I
on
don't
my
have a question
experience was
pending,
hired
Mr.
to be the
Cummins.
village manager in Glencoe 30 years ago.
Now back to your development at 450.
Yes, sir.
And the properties that have been newly built to its south at on Adams, right?
Yes, sir.
You don't have an opinion on what they would sell for in the absence of your condo building at 450, do you?
They
You
wouldn't
know,
have sold.
Mr. Chairman, this calls for speculation. This whole line has.
Yeah, I'm struggling to see why we're devoting so much attention to 450 Green Bay Road myself.
What's the
Mr.
relevance
Niasse.
of the Adams properties having sold for $1 million, $1.1 million with
Because-
the condo building next door, if they would have sold for more in its absence? That's the point.
But they wouldn't have. They wouldn't have. There's no evidence. Go to the appraiser's evaluation. There's nothing selling homes like that. If you can find them for me, I'd be impressed. West of Green Bay Road, away from the 450 building, homes like that sell for 1.1 million. There's a long list of them. 510 Woodlawn that is cited by the appraiser was my listing. And I
We
sold
can
it.
ask Mr. Hedrick his opinion as an appraiser, and you're not an appraiser. We can ask him his opinion as to whether those Adams properties would sell more without the negative external factor being your 450 condo building. That's the relevant question. And if I could ask Mr. Hedrick that, I would take the opportunity. Mr. Hedrick, without the negative external factor of the 450 condo building, would those properties on Adams, in your opinion, sell for more than what they have?
I'll object to the question that there's no foundation. There's nothing in Mr. Hedrick's report that would be able to allow him to make an informed opinion about that.
There is indeed. He said the.
Well, Mr. Niasse, I don't think he reviewed the circumstances of those homes on Adams. And I don't believe you have either.
His
And
premise
I fear we're
was
going
that-
down a little bit of a rabbit hole.
I don't
here.
have much more, Mr. Chairman, but his premise was that you look to whether there's an external factor. That North Shore properties are highly sensitive in their value to whether or not there's an external factor. Mr. Hedrick, would the 450 condo building be what you've described as an external factor that lessens value?
Same objection.
Mr. If I may, Mr. Weiss, a question for you, because we're kind of in the realm of, we have cross-examination now of Mr. Niaste's witness, I believe is what's happening by Mr. Niaste.
Mr. Niaste is mixing his cross-examination with direct. I think that I think the important thing here is that the chair has a determination as to relevance, and that we are getting away from, you're talking about two properties removed now, including a property to the north's impact on the properties even farther to the north or to the side of it. And it's the chair's determination as to relevance. As to whether Mr. Niaste can bounce between cross and direct, I think that that's also within the chair's province, but it would be highly irregular.
Yeah, and I would say, for the sake of moving this along, because I think we all have questions for a number of the presenters, I don't believe there's a sufficient amount of correlation here to continue going through this, particularly when Mr. Hedrick has not evaluated the circumstances of those particular properties on Adams, nor are they directly relevant to the properties along South or Hawthorne or Vernon. So I suggest, Mr. Niaste, if you don't have any more questions for Mr. Cummins, that we move on.
Just one further. Mr. Cummins, you did agree in your direct testimony
if I recall correctly, that it would be impractical, not practical for a 6,900 square foot single family home to sell on the 538 parcel. Is that right?
That's correct. And that goes to the essence. I know you suggested that I didn't offer any legal opinion. What I did share were the standards established by the Illinois legislation as to what the hardships are. And they get lost. I mean, I've been around a long time. They get lost because people listen to neighbors. They don't like it. They don't like a change. I mean, I get that. I respect that. But that's not the basis on which zoning decisions are to be made. So yes, is it practical to think somebody's going to build the 6,900 square foot? The answer is no. And that's the reason to secure a reasonable return, an expected return, that municipalities look at under the state statute, not my makeup, that there should be relief considered. And the example is no different than the air conditioning condenser case you heard earlier. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. Now, if the neighbor had come in and objected that those air conditioning units didn't belong in the setback, right? Because their windows were there. You know, Mr. McGuire can make the same case that you've made on behalf of Mr. Gallagher when the building, he didn't build it, when the building at 550 Sheridan Road was built with a wall of windows invading privacy. The whole discussion flips again. Mr. Gallagher said he's not going to tear it down and build multifamily. He can. He has the legal right to do it, right? But the truth is, think about it in fairness. You're pitting one resident who's had a 34-year investment in this community where he has owned this property the entire time against another resident who has a beautiful home. And that, you don't throw out the baby with the bathwater. The zoning commission's obligation, I assume you're a lawyer, you sat on the zoning code. The code provides the guidance for situations just like this. And the impact on an individual homeowner, there was discussion of you're adding 5 homes and a discussion about why a parking lot across from Am Shalom shouldn't be built. Of course it shouldn't be built. That makes no sense. But sticking Mr. McGuire with an obligation to build only a single family home, in part because a new development will have an impact on Mr. Gallagher, when in fact, the impact on the community financially, from an architectural standpoint, in my opinion, and it's just my non-legal, appraiser opinion, will be an improvement. And you're right, 450 Green Bay Road probably is bigger in terms of what was built in 1999, because that's what the zoning code did. There were no variations on that. There was no adjustments on that. The building proposed for 538 Green Bay Road could in fact be much bigger than is proposed because of the floor area ratio under that zoning provision. What Mr. McGuire's expert team did, without a lot of input from me, they designed a really attractive building that limited the number of units, that limit the amount of traffic. There's this hang up about this circular driveway. Guess what? You can build a single family home and do a circular driveway of the same size and dimension. I mean, there really is.
One won't be built, will it? It would be impractical.
And you have just made
it's kind of meaningless to keep going back and referring to a single family home that will never be built.
And you
finally,
have just,
Mr. Cummins, let me ask you one more question. Does Mr. McGuire live in Glencoe?
Mr. McGuire and his family have lived in that house for
Does he live in
34 years.
Glencoe?
He has other residences.
So he does not, does he?
He has for years.
Can you answer?
He owns the house. I don't believe he does full time right now. No.
And you don't live here either.
It's irrelevant. It really is. I mean, it's a cheap shot. It's a cheap shot to suggest that we're here. And I will tell you, and Chris can vouch for it. I really have an interest in seeing good decision and good judgments being made by local governments. I really do. And You have made the case with this issue of the 6,900 square foot home will never be built. That's right. And that's what the state statutes provided zoning relief for.
Okay, Mr. Cummins, thank you. Mr. Nayesti, thank you.
Question, I don't mean to interrupt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nothing further from me.
Stuart, this is for you more than anything else. Glencoe has its own zoning code, which enumerates and itemizes its own standard. By enacting that zoning code, did Glencoe opt out of the Illinois statute? Or excuse me, Mr. Cummings, this is not for you. This is for our village attorney. Or are we to read the Illinois statute in conjunction and parallel to the Village of Glencoe's ordinance and standards? How do we reconcile the two and so on?
Well, first I would state that the standards that Mr. Cummins was referring to were standards for variations, which are different than standards for the legislative decision whether to amend a zoning code. There are also separate standards for special uses. That said, the village's standards, and I could pull them up right now. It's a lot of text, or we could go through them when you guys are when you're ready to deliberate. I'm going to defer to the chair if you actually want me to break and actually go through these at this time.
I'd say let's do the latter. Let's pull them up.
So,
yep, go ahead.
So just in response to Commissioner Kaplan's question, the village does have standards for amendments. Those amendments track the standards that have been supported in Illinois case law for zoning, and it consists of a variety of factors. The village code the zoning code includes 14 different standards to consider. And one of them is you do take into consideration the trend of development. You consider the impact on other properties. Hardship is not necessarily a standard for variations, but there are other standards that are somewhat analogous. And we can go through those, and staff can talk you through those when it's time. That said, the standards that were put up on the screen by Mr. Cummins are for a separate statute that governs variations.
Thank you, Stuart.
Okay, I believe, Mr. Gallagher, your presentation team is ready to pass along the mic to one of your neighbors.
Yes, I think Taylor said Jennifer Black's next up.
That's correct. Rich, could you
Let's
move
swear her in.
Mr. Gallagher's team back to the attendee role and move Jennifer Black to the presenter role?
All right. I am promoting Jennifer Black in just a moment once this loads. Ms. Jennifer Black should now be a panelist, and she should be able to speak and provide video.
Black, if you could unmute yourself. Thank you. And you don't have to provide video if you don't want to, but please raise your right hand.
Oh, start video. Okay.
Okay,
Sorry.
right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide is true and complete?
Yes.
Thank you.
Free to go here. First of all, I live directly west of this property that is being proposed. And I first heard about it from the Gallaghers. Hello? Oh, I first heard about it from the Gallaghers not too long ago. I never got anything in the mail. I never saw Mr. McGuire come and speak to me about it. and it definitely affects me because the back of their lot line adjoins my lot line in the back of my yard. So, you know, this frustration of not even being able to be warned or told about such a huge issue is, I don't know, it's very distressing to me. And Peter Cummings, I know you because I work in the same real estate office as you. When you were talking to Mr., how do you pronounce it, Neste or the Gallagher's, I don't know if he's an attorney. You said, oh, if you want to pay us $1 million for this property, we'll sell it to you. So I sort of question if you do have some kind of interest in this. You very well could be the listing broker for these properties, which would benefit you. Okay, now I'll start my spiel here. I bought my house in 1996 because my father grew up in Glencoe. My grandfather built a very significant house at 630 Washington Place, which is still standing. My father, he had 2 brothers. He has contributed a lot to Glencoe over the years. He was an artist and he did the program, a sketch of the Kenilworth Union Church. He also did a sticker for Jim Webb when he was president. He did a Glencoe train station sketch for the Glencoe Garden Club. None of this, they offered to pay him and he said, no, I grew up here. It's my volunteer work. I'm giving back to the community. He since, had moved to Winnetka. My grandfather, who built his house in 1928, 93 years ago, heavily contributed to the Chicago Botanic Gardens when it was becoming what it is today. Heavily contributed to Sacred Heart Parish in Hubbard Woods because that is the parish that serves the Glencoe residents. So he helped them with purchasing the land next door where their parish center now is. These are good things to do for the community. I myself am in the Glencoe Garden Club and we, at our expense, do the flower boxes at the train station. I think 3 or 4 times a year for the enjoyment of anyone that comes through town, especially for the Writers Theater and the residents. Okay, so what I'm saying is that within my family, and my paternal grandfather built your municipal building. He was with Barn McGrew Architects and he built your municipal building where you house all the maintenance trucks. So I have a lot, I have a big stake in Glencoe here. And what I'm really disappointed about is this lack of communication from our trusted board after being here and paying taxes and giving back to the community. When I see the people behind us are coming in, coming out, I'm sure it's not just them. They don't live here. I know Peter doesn't live here. He said that. The McGuires, okay, maybe they were raised here, but they don't live here. They're doing business in our residential neighborhood. I think the only reason, and maybe Peter can help me with this, the only reason houses don't sell in the North Shore is because they're overpriced. If he thought he could, I live right behind him. I couldn't get $1 million for my house. And I'm not on Green Bay Road. I'm on Vernon. That should give me a little bit more of an edge. But to look out my backyard, which now I look at that little greenhouse through the trees, and really nothing else. It's heavily covered with bush. Maybe it's overgrown, whatever. In the winter, I get wonderful sunlight that comes through the back of my house because that's where the sun is. So I will lose that completely from, I don't know, coming up in the next few months till spring. We bought our house because of its location to town. My husband didn't even grow up here. He liked Glencoe better than all the other communities. I grew up in Winnetka, so I've been here my entire life, which is, 59 years. And so I've got a big commitment here. But to think that it can be gone, to have someone else completely profit behind me for that little house, getting a variance so they can cross over Glencoe Park District property, which I think all the taxpayers in town own. So he gets a special variance like that. And when you've never done this change from single family to multifamily, it is going to set a precedent. You're going to start changing it all over town. You know, this corridor business. And I'd like to know, what is Kenilworth doing along Green Bay Road that's providing multifamily housing? You know, you say these kind of things. I've been here, I've seen it all. I've lived here, I've seen it all. Both my parents grew up on the North Shore, my mother in Winnetka, my dad in Glencoe. You would be taking from me not only financial things with my house, because look at, I'm a realtor. If someone came to me and they said, oh, we don't want to buy that house, it's right next to a condo building. That narrows your field, don't you think, Peter? I mean, and you would never try and sell someone that property on Green Bay Road to build a 6,000 square foot house because you know it's not worth it. Maybe at a certain price. But like the houses on Adams that you keep referring to, those were small little houses that, like, back 50 years ago, you know, the workers in town lived in. It wasn't a high priced neighborhood. So they were little one-story little houses close together, and they were bought by developers, torn down, brand new house worth $1 million. So when you say these properties of multifamily housing is going to financially help me, I don't believe you. I do not believe any of that. It's going to cause tons of problems when you have construction, whether it be a big house and a condo. You have noise, you have dust, you have strangers working on the house. They use your yard as toilets when they can't find the porta potty. You have parking up and down South and Hawthorne, which is going to be a nightmare. You have kids crossing to go to Central School at South and Vernon. Sometimes there's a crossing guard there, but if you live in Glencoe long enough, you know that it's sort of a challenging corner for people walking dogs, people bicycling, little kids, stuff like that. It's going to be a nightmare. You'll probably have to put a stoplight up there. And then we'll be like downtown Wilmette when the train comes in at 5:30. Stop and go, stop and go, stop, 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 stop. You know, all this is going to affect me so much on my corner that I have heard nothing from anyone in this town. And it's really disheartening. I've been here 20 something years, paying taxes, giving back to the community, raised my kids here. They went to school. I know the kind of traffic that goes up and down South. I know what happens when you build a big development someplace. You get a lot of problems. And the McGuire's not going to have to deal with those. Mr. Cannon's not going to have to deal with those. Oh, he lives in Winnetka, or someone lived in Winnetka, grew up in Northbrook. You know, and the Gallaghers, I don't know. Well, you probably haven't been in their house. Their house is absolutely beautiful. And it was built better than any of those houses on Adams Street. It was built better than most of the houses that are built by spec builders. I don't see how you can compare air conditioning units to beautiful done houses on pieces of property where obviously that builder didn't inform the new owners after they made a profit of what the problem might be. You know, it's ridiculous. I need the financial stability in my house. My husband died in 2019 after a 7-year battle with cancer. One of the things he enjoyed was sitting in the hammock when he couldn't do anything else in the backyard. We get the wildlife, we get the birds. As Barney Gallagher said, it's all going to be gone. They're not going to be around there. What I'm going to get is like the Queen Mary in my backyard, looking out onto this huge ship. If you've ever been to Venice and you're looking downtown Venice, and then you see the cruise ships come in. That's what it's going to be like. I'm going to get lights, lack of privacy, a lot of garbage, because I already get garbage from the park because they've taken out all the garbage cans. There's some crappy old bench that's still there. So I don't know how many people are going to profit from this, but there are going to be a lot more people directly affected by this project if you do this. And it would really, really tarnish my image of Glencoe. If you can't even back your locals and people who have been here for a while and who contribute to the community. It's not going to be empty nester housing. Yeah, for the rich, it will be, but not for, the majority of people in Glencoe. And we all know that, we're not stupid. So I just hope you really consider this and really consider that it's not just the Gallaghers who are affected. We have, there are 40 residences around this property, whether they be across the railroad tracks or west like me, that are going to be affected, not only by the building itself, but by, everything that comes with building a new building, runoff from rain, everything, traffic, more accidents. I mean, and I have neighbors who have 3 little kids and they don't want to be, looking out onto this and having strange people around all the time. So I hope that in the future, when you start to do these things for anyone in town, that you at least inform the residents. And Mr. McGuire did none of that. And he lied about it. I heard that he told, oh yeah, I went and talked to the neighbors. That's bullshit. I'm sorry, but he didn't. No notice, no nothing. So I don't know. I hope you take some of these things into consideration and with the other neighbors and maybe look into this a little bit more as not just a profit for a few people who don't even contribute to the town. It's great to say, oh yeah, I come here for dinner. Well, I go to Northbrook for dinner. I go to Winnetka for dinner. But that's great. We all do that in town here. We all support our businesses. So I don't know, please give some more consideration. The Gallaghers are wonderful people. They have a wonderful house. You'd be destroying not only their views, my views, which no one took into consideration. And I think it's a crime. It's not how a village management should be run, right? And you say, oh, I was on the committee and stuff like that. Nobody's taking any interest in the people around that property. And I'm sure the McGuires didn't pay much for that house. I'm sure if he did sell it at a fair market price, he probably would get a reasonable profit. But he wouldn't get like a huge gain, which he will be getting now. And there was one comment that said, I don't know who made it, someone on the development team, that they said, oh, when you look west out the house, you look onto the park. That's not true. That's not true. Half of that building will be in my backyard and it will be, 20 feet away? A big wall I'll be looking at. It's ridiculous. So I hope you really consider what you would do if you change this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Black. I appreciate the comments. Mr. and Mrs. Mallon.
Rich, if you could move Mrs. Black back to attendees, and we have Mallons are next. Robert and Kathy Mallon.
Confirming now that I've moved Ms. Black over to the attendees.
These are the last of the proximate property owners that pre-registered. So this might be an appropriate time. If you are a proximate property owner, that means you live within 200 feet of this property, you received a written notice in the mail. If you did not pre-register, but you do want to provide comment after the Mallons, please use the hand raise function at this time, and we'll get to you next. This is only for proximate property owners within 200 feet. We will do general public comment afterwards. If we could, I see Robert Mallon. I see a Mr. Dolman, Rich. I'm not sure if Mr. Dolman is supposed to be moved over at this point.
Can you still hear me?
Yes, Rich, could you move Mr. Dolman back? Thank you. Mr. Mallon, if I could have you raise your right hand, please.
Sure.
Is Ms. Mallon also going to be?
I think I'm going to just speak on our behalf. She trusts me.
Okay.
So,
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide is true and complete?
yes.
Thank you.
Yes. Chairman Novak and commissioners, thank you for taking time tonight. I know it's late. I don't have a team of people to speak. I'm just going to speak on behalf of myself and my family and what I see going around. Just by way of background, my name is Robert Mallon. We live at 326 Hawthorne, and I'll show you a little bit later how we're affected here based on our location. My wife is Kathy. We've got 2 kids, a daughter, Sally, who's 15, and a son, Patrick, who's 13. Kathy and I moved here in February of 2003, a few months after we got married. We had lived in the city, and we were looking for a place to live, and we didn't have kids at the time, and we came to Glencoe, and we said, this is great. And we looked at probably every single house that was for sale at the time. And we found our house at 326, and we looked at it and we loved it. We loved our backyard. We loved the space. We looked into what was going on back there. We knew that there was a park back there. We knew there was a house. We knew that it was only always going to be a house. And we looked at that and we thought, this is the place, and we bought this place. We've got great neighbors. We've got the Artabases to the east of us. And we've got a brand new family to the west of us. We've got great backyard neighbors. We've got the Cateses, we've got Jennifer Black, and now Barney and Adrian, who we've just, with COVID being, I've just recently met Barney and Adrian. I want to make a few comments on some of the things that I've heard tonight on behalf of the McGuires, just to kind of a few things that in my mind raise some questions. So the first thing is I've heard a lot from Mr. Cummins, and that they need to make a reasonable return. I haven't seen a report on a reasonable return from him. I find out he's not a lawyer and he's looking at statutes. And now I find out that not only is he looking at statutes, but from Mr. Weiss, he's looking at the wrong statute. So I'm just really surprised at this testimony. And I personally give it little to no weight. If I were a judge, I would give this little to no weight here. So I did a little looking on my own on a reasonable return. I wasn't able to find the definition of it, but what I did find was some information about the house itself. And what I learned is that the house was purchased in 1987 for $180,000. They were asking $1.2 million for it at one time. What is a reasonable return when you buy a house on $180,000? I think I heard Ms. Black say, you get what the fair market value is. If you look at the pictures of the house, and I looked this up at realtor.com, and that's where I found out it was $180,000, and they were asking close to $1 million in 2013. It was one of the prices asked. But you look at it, and I look inside that house, and for $1 million, I would never buy that house. You could do a whole lot better. So you got to look at what is a reasonable return. A reasonable return is based on what the fair market value of something is. And that house is not $1 million house right now, at least in my opinion. And I could be wrong. The other thing is I heard Commissioner Friedman ask Mr. Freris about the best practice to solicit neighbors. And he said that was the best practice. And I can personally tell you, I was not solicited. I was never solicited by him. And what we didn't hear Mr. Freris say is whether he told Mr. McGuire to do it or not. You would think that you would tell your client, here's the best practice, go ahead and do it. So either Mr. Freris didn't do what he was supposed to do, or Mr. McGuire received advice from his counselor, Mr. Freris, but didn't follow it. So something's going on here. And that makes me question a lot of things that I'm hearing here tonight. So with that being said, I kind of, like I said, I don't have a team, but I have a few things. I feel like our house at 326 Hawthorne, a little bit like Jennifer Black. I feel like we're kind of the redheaded stepchild who has been totally ignored here in this whole thing, okay? So if I can, I'm gonna try and share a screen for a moment and point out a few things, okay? Let's see, hopefully this works. Can you guys see my screen right now?
It's loading up. Yep.
Okay, so this is the plat survey that was included in the packet, and I downloaded the packet from the internet today and I kind of took a look at things. And this was PDF page 37, okay? And this is the plat survey. So this right here, obviously, I'm gonna do my best here. This right here is their lot, okay? This is our house over here, all right? This is the Blacks over here, and this is the Cates over here who have the 3 small children, all right? So right now, when we bought our house back in 2003, we're in our backyard and we looked out the back, and here's our lot line right here, and here's our lot line right here, and here's our lot line right here. And what did we see? Wide open spaces, right? Okay, you know, you can see here, their house is set back 65, almost 66 feet from our lot line, our back lot line, and their house is set back from our side lot line 71.6 feet. We have wide open spaces, no encumbered view whatsoever. And that's what we bought in 2003, knowing this was a single family home and zoned for single family home. Did we think that someone might tear it down and build another home? We said, yeah, that might happen, but we're going to take our chances on that. Did they say, did we know that someone was going to come in and put in a, what is it, a 20,000 square foot, 3-story condominium right behind our house? We didn't know that. Had that house been there, had that building had been there, we wouldn't have given our house a single view. So when I hear that this building is going to enhance the value of our home and make it better, I mean, better to who? So let's now look at what happens here when they put in the new place. Okay, I'm going to do my best here to show this. So here is now, let me see if I can make this a little bit smaller. Okay. So now here is our lot line again, this and this right here. So now, instead of seeing nothing, now we've got 21 feet here, which means that we've now got 39 feet of building right behind us, and it's only 11 feet away, okay? And it's 31 feet high. So what we now have is we have a building with balconies looking out at us, a whole bunch of, 2 stories of floors, looking with a direct sight line right into our backyard and our kitchen and our bedroom right up there. Everything is gone now. We went from nothing to now having, like we are in the circus and people are looking at us. That's what we're moving to here. That's the effect on this. And there's been a lot of focus on the Gallagher house, and I get it a lot, but there's a focus in our house. Jennifer Black, you heard her say, this was hers, her lot line. They were 70 feet away. Now they're 21 feet away. That's what she's looking at here, okay? So we're all being affected by this considerably, okay? Now, you talk about, there's been a lot of talk about the McGuire, Mr. McGuire, whether he lives there or doesn't live there. I can tell you, I've never seen him live in there. There was, I believe, maybe his mother lived there. And several years ago, right in this area right here, there's a big giant water problem. I don't know if you guys are aware of it, but when there's big rains, it collects a ton of water there. And it's kind of wooded here, and it's filled with buckthorn right now, buckthorn trees on the McGuire property. I talked to my landscaper. I said to him, what can we do about that? And he said, well, he goes, for starts, if you get rid of all that buckthorn, you're going to get sunlight there and you're going to get air blowing through it. So it's going to help. So what did I do? I walked over and I knocked on the door. I said, hey, I live over here. We got all this water here. And I'm told if we get rid of the buckthorn, it'll help improve it. Would you mind if I have the buckthorn pulled out? I'll pay for it. Because I got kids who play back there and it fills in with mud and there's bugs and stuff. I said, I'll pay for it. She says to me, I'll let you know. Come back. I got to ask my son. I go back the next day And she said, I talked to him and he said, if we remove those trees back there, buckthorn, mind you, it's going to diminish the value of our property. We can't do that. I was going to pay to have these weed trees removed. It was told I couldn't because it was going to diminish the value of their property. So look what's happening here. Diminishing the value of the property. You heard from Mr. Hedrick that there's who sounds pretty qualified, that there's going to be a diminution in value of the Gallagher home. I can only assume that the same is going to happen to my home, where I go from having nothing blocking and people not looking into our yard to now looking at it. So that's a problem also. Another area that, so I also, as I went through this, I looked at, what was said in the submission. I'm going to go to page 23 here. So in the submission, this was the submission that was made, I forget the name of Mr. McGuire's attorney, but it says here, to the extent, if any, to which the value of the subject property is diminished by the existing zoning classification applicable to it. Look at what this answer is. If the variation is not granted, the McGuires would be limited to replacing the existing single-family home with another single-family home. Okay? It says, oops, oh, I'm sorry, that's the wrong question. 6, that's the question I want to know about. It says, to the extent, if any, to which the use and enjoyment of adjacent properties would be affected by the proposed amendment. The amendment will not alter the essential character of the neighborhood. To the contrary, as discussed more fully in the Lakota Group memorandum, granting the amendment will bring the lot into conformity with the prevailing nature of the development on the west side of Green Bay Road. That answer is completely non-responsive to the question of what will happen to the use and enjoyment of adjacent properties. I think I just showed you what's going to happen to our property, what's going to happen to Ms. Black's property, and you saw what's going to happen there. The use of and enjoyment of our property is going to be ruined. And here we've got, the Lakota Group memorandum, that discusses the use, how the use and enjoyment is going to be affected. Well, Mr. McGuire never talked to me. You know who else never talked to me to ask me about the use and enjoyment of our adjacent property? The Lakota Group. Mr. Freris or whatever, he never knocked on my door. He never sent a mailer out, nothing. But yet they're telling you that there's going to be no change for it. There is going to be change. Okay. And again, the extent, question 7, the extent, if any, to which the value of the adjacent properties would be affected by the proposed amendment. It says the amendment will not affect the value of adjacent properties. To the contrary, McGuire's believe that the value of adjacent properties will increase due to the quality and design of the proposed building. Well, you know what? You could put the Taj Mahal in my backyard. I guarantee you that's not going to increase the value of my property. People are going to look at that and say, you got the Taj Mahal in your backyard. We don't want to buy this. It's not going to increase the property. That just defies common sense. The only property that's going to increase and property are going to benefit are Mr. McGuire and perhaps Mr. Cummins. We're not clear on what's going on there. So there's another thing that I want to show you about what's going to happen to our property here. And that is, let's see, whoops, I'm sorry. Here, page 49. Oops, I hope this is the right one. Nope, that's not the right page. I'm sorry, guys. One second. Oh, sorry. Okay, so 52. Page 52 of the PDF, this is the shadow studies that were done, okay? And you can see, so what you see here is you see the Gallagher home right over here. What you don't see is the Mallon home right over here. And they have some different times and stuff. Guess what? Look what happens in the winter to the Mallon home. Our backyard is covered with shade. This is the Gallagher home. Our house is right here in the shade. where we used to get sunlight in our bedroom, sunlight in our basement, and sunlight in our backyard, zero, gone in the wintertime. The winter when we get little light, now we get no light because of this brand new building that's going up and supposedly enhancing the value of our house. It's diminishing it, it's taking away from our use, our enjoyment, our privacy, our open space, and our tranquility. You know, not to mention during the construction is going to be horrible. We've got all the same concerns with parking and the garbage truck there. Okay, so I would just ask you to consider this very closely and look at it. I know you guys have a hard job and do a lot here, but what I'm telling you is that this is an outsider who's coming in and just trying to turn a quick profit at the expense of all the neighbors. I mean, I'm just showing you here. I can't believe come wintertime, we are going to have no light in our backyard. No light, no sun, because it's all blocked here. So that's what I have to say today. And you know, if you have any questions or anything, I'm certainly free to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Mallon. Mr. Rosenthal, I believe you're next.
We do have one approximate property owner that does have their hand raised.
Well, I was going to ask, do we know for sure that Mr. Rosenthal is not a proximate property owner?
That's a good question. We can.
He's at the corner of South and Vernon, so he's pretty close.
I don't see him on our list here. We can promote him and ask him what his address is. Rich, could you promote Mr. Joseph Rosenthal? I can tell you if it's on the list. If not, then we'll just postpone him for a few minutes.
Promoting Mr. Rosenthal to a panelist.
Mr. Rosenthal, if you could you tell us what your address is?
Yeah, I'm at 524 Vernon.
524, one moment, please. Okay, so that's not within 200 feet, so we're gonna have to hold off on you for just a few minutes.
Okay.
I do see a Mr. Artabassi, Joseph Artabassi with his hand raised. And they are at 322 Hawthorne, so they are approximate property owner.
Let's swear him in.
And then after him, we do have a Mr. Cates with his hand raised, who's also approximate property owner. Mr. Artabassi, if I could have, and Ms. Artabassi, if you're going to be presenting too, if I could have you both raise your right hand.
Raise it up, girl.
Swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide is true and complete.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
May I start? Can you hear me?
Please. Yes.
Yes, thank you. Well, thank you everyone tonight, especially on the Zoning Commission, for your long hours of listening to all of us. My name is Joseph Artabassi. I live at 322 Hawthorne Avenue with my wife. We are retired school teachers, public school teachers on the North Shore. And we have lived in Glencoe now for 46 years. We moved from Kenilworth apartment when we were first married.
Too much.
Sorry, okay.
Right to the point.
Okay, let me go. We moved to 109 Linden Avenue, which is the south part of Glencoe before it abuts Hubbard Woods. In 1975, we moved up to Hawthorne in 1979, wanting a bigger house and to stay in Glencoe. Our southern property line abuts the Gallagher's northern property line, and so we have gotten to know each other a bit, and very gratefully so. I just have a few things to say to try to clarify. Before I do that, I do want to quickly say that with the layout of this new proposal, which is pushed back so that the Gallaghers won't have to look upon the building, but only on the blacktop, we get to look at the building because our view goes straight to the greenhouse and behind it. And so we talk about lights and shade and shadow. I'm talking about lights at night, especially in winter. That's all we're going to see instead of what we see now.
Darkness. Yeah.
Darkness and peace and quiet and birds and all that. Mr. Cummings said that the Gallaghers could sell their property and build a condominium unit there. That's not true. I'm sorry. It's been tried at least twice before, and probably the original owners and builders of the property tried it themselves. One developer bought that property. It was an old rundown house and a nursery in the backyard when we were first living here. And a developer bought the property, wanted to build, I think it was 3 units, maybe 4. And he was 8 inches short of being able to meet the code. He went to the zoning commission, asked for a variance, and was denied. And so he had to sell the property. That lot is smaller than mine, which is like 50 by 150. There's no developer that's going to develop that property into a condominium unit anyway. I'm sorry, Mr. Cummings, because they will not have, as you call, a reasonable return on their investment. So I'm glad that Barney said he's not going to sell that and build a condo, but no developer would want to develop that property into one. Secondly, let's see, what was it? I think I probably have said that. The reasonable return issue. I'm sorry if the McGuires aren't going to get a reasonable return on their property, but you can't go changing the zoning from single family to multiple family to RD in this town. We've been through this. This is not our first rodeo on these issues. We live at 322 Hawthorne Avenue, which is zoned RD. Our neighbors formally wanted us to change it ourselves to an RC because they were afraid we would sell to developer and they would lose the view out of their new bedroom, second floor bedroom, which is where Robert Mallon now lives. So it's a very controversial thing. What ended up happening was a zoning commission reduced the setbacks, the height, the ground cover, all, if you look at that one thing that was shown tonight, showing from the different years what's available to an RC and RD development on property. They reduced what we could have done by potentially selling to a developer to develop a 4-unit condo like our neighbors to the east, which did not exist when we bought our property. But they reduced it so that if we were to sell to a developer, they could only put up 2 units.
Or 3.
I think it's 2, Janie.
Okay.
Which would not yield them a reasonable return. And so we could probably never sell to a developer. Not that we want to or ever would. We're in this property for long haul. When we moved to our little house, there was a little house to the east of us, a little Cape Cod. We went on vacation after we bought our house, came back, that house was gone, the Cape Cod was knocked down, and what you now see over there, 314 Hawthorne, just to the east of us, that development was put in. They used the limitations on the zoning like a fine scalpel. And then we had no idea. We had no idea that was going to happen. In fact, we didn't even know we had an RD lot at the time. We know now. But we're here for the long haul. I think like Robert Mallon is, and I think like the Gallaghers are.
And Miss Black.
And Miss Black. And now I think all the neighbors. We love Glencoe. We've been here 46 years. We've been 42 years in the same house, 322. When we redeveloped our backyard this summer and put in trees instead of a fence between us and the Gallaghers, it was to beautify both of our backyards, to keep it open and free and spacious, which we both love. With this development, if you change the zoning on this property, it's going to be a tragedy
Our second.
to the neighborhood and our second tragedy in living here. And after living here 46 years, I'd hate to see that happen. I'm going to let my wife say a few words, and I thank you for your time.
Hi, I'm Jane Artabasi. I spent most of my working life as a junior high school vocal music teacher, and I really have been impressed tonight. I'm sure you're all very tired, as I am, but I'm very impressed by the detail with which everyone presents their ideas. And I understand if you're a lawyer or a business person, you are probably a disciple of specificity, and I know that's your job. I'm going to speak briefly, I promise, about emotion, because I was in music and that's what works. And also, we are talking about our homes. And when you talk about your home, it's not just your investment, it is your emotion, it is your refuge, it is the safe place you can come from a pandemic or whatever else might be going on in the wider world. And that's why we count on our village representatives to have our back. This is the one place where we need to feel protected. And, you know, I'm so tired of hearing about the Green Bay corridor.
Yeah.
We don't live in a corridor. We live in a home. We live in a community, and we live in a village. Glencoe is a village. It's not a city. And so it's the parameters of the quote vision that people talk about should include the idea of village, closeness, community, caring. It's not about somebody making a quick buck. And believe me, I'm not against capitalism. I just feel that there's a time and a place when people's feelings and their love of their home should take top priority ahead of the money thing. I also want to mention the idea that the 2004 plan about, you know, multiple housing and that kind of thing. It's different now. As you said, change happens. Right across the bridge from us, there's that huge Elaine building, and plus a rental building just north of Mariano's. Those are very close by opportunities for empty nesters or whoever else, or even small families that don't impinge on a green neighborhood. It's not the same as it was in 2004. And talking about, someone mentioned our vibrant downtown and how people will walk up there. Most of us don't walk up there because we have to get something at the grocery store or something. Some people do, you know, to go to Starbucks or whatever. If our downtown were any more vibrant, none of us would ever find a parking place, okay? Right now, it's like vultures circling a corpse. We don't need any more population density in our town. It is a village, as I mentioned. Oh, yes, and people that talk about vision, you know, it's always about the future. Change is good, and we have to change with the times. Some change is good. Some change is just money-centered. And I think this idea is, I'm not saying that the building itself, you know, as a concept isn't, you know, attractive. It doesn't belong here. It doesn't belong in this space. All right, yes, and you know, our backyard is the one place that's quiet. We don't have lights shining in here. We don't have people looking into our den or anything, or our kitchen. And, you know, we pay huge taxes for us. We don't have a mansion. By the way, Mr. Cummins, we live in probably what you would consider a dumpy house, as you mentioned on Adams, but we love our little old house. It was built in 1915 when Green Bay Road was a dirt road. And it's still standing, and we're only the third family to live here in all that time. And so we cherish it for many reasons. And I don't need a mansion. I don't need 6,000 feet. And the last thing, yes, what Robert mentioned about his backyard is very much true for us too. As you think about your responsibility to move the village forward, remember that forward doesn't necessarily mean bigger and larger and lots of money, all right? Moving forward can be a sense of community, which, you know, many pundits, which you're probably aware of, have been saying that the American public has lost trust in institutions, whether it's media or local government or state government, well, that trust comes from a faith that you will have, as I mentioned, you will have our back. And we're counting on you to understand that, whether or not we are movers and shakers and make seven-figure salaries. We love this town, and we're grateful to be here, and we just can't take another hit like this. After the last year with the pandemic, if I had to hear a year or several months of cranes and bulldozers and all that stuff, building that, I just might lose my mind. Of course, my husband probably says it's lost already, but that's another story.
Yeah, I know.
So I want to thank you all for your consideration. I know it's been a long, long night for you, and I pray that you will listen to our concerns. I know you're very intelligent, well-intentioned folks. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. and Mrs. Artabasi. And we're listening, right? That's why we're here. The process is playing out the way it should. And it's getting late, but we have the intention of listening to more of you speak. So please, at this point, I think it's Mr. Cates.
Mr. Cates would be next. It's also within 200 feet. Not seeing Mr. Cates. There he is. Mr. Cates, if I could have you raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide is true and complete?
I do. First off, I want to express my gratitude to all of you on the Zoning Commission for giving so much of your time tonight and always towards making Glencoe a town we are proud to live in and call home. I'm going to be brief with it approaching 11 o'clock and per the many agreeable statements from our neighbors that we've heard tonight speak already. My wife Marissa and I are the ones with the 3 young children who have been mentioned numerous times throughout. Sienna, who is 6, Claire, who's almost 4, Delilah, who is a month out from celebrating her first birthday. And our backyard is at 555 Vernon Avenue, bordering the proposed development at 538 Green Bay Road. So as you can imagine, we've maintained concerns about both the short-term disruption and long-term effects that a large residential building would have replacing the single-family home that now occupies that land. We're concerned about the impact that this development may have to our sense of privacy and community that's been built and fostered among our many neighbors, especially during the construction phase, which has been mentioned. We're concerned that the significant water drainage that Mr. Mallon mentioned that currently resides in the park space and extends to the southeast corner of our yard will be pushed closer inward towards our house, affecting the ability of our children to enjoy the backyard and inflicting incalculable damage to our home. We're concerned about the potential decrease in property value of our home and the homes around us. We're concerned that the serenity and wildlife that multiple people have mentioned and that we've been gifted by the park space and that we enjoy on a nightly basis will disappear, never to return again. We're concerned about the increased vehicular traffic sure to take place at the corner of Green Bay and South. As Jennifer mentioned, that's already a troubling intersection, and the increased danger that that poses, however large or small, to our children and other children in the neighborhood as they get older and as our kids seek to go out on walks and ride bikes alone without their neurotic father behind them shouting to look both ways before they cross the driveway. And lastly, we're concerned that we're setting a poor example about how Glencoe neighbors treat each other and how business is to be conducted in this world-class town now and in the future. So for those reasons and those expressed by our neighbors tonight, my family is strongly opposed to the rezoning of 538 Green Bay Road. Again, I want to thank all of you for your time, not just on this matter, but all village business, and appreciate you staying up quite late by our standards and giving us the opportunity to speak tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Cates. Taylor, do we have anybody else?
We have no approximate property owners with their hands raised.
Okay. So at this point, I think we should continue on through unless anybody is dying for a break. Let me know. Quick show. Okay. So let's move to general public comment, which again, I'm going to stress. First of all, it's utmost important. Number one on our priority list is to hear you all, right? But that said, we've heard a lot tonight and we've heard a lot of common themes. With this next set of comments, I just remind everyone, we do have a time limit here. It's a 3-minute limit. And, I urge brevity so that we could go to bed at a decent hour tonight.
Rich, if you could promote Mr. Rosenthal, if you haven't already. Mr. Rosenthal, if I could have you raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide is true and complete?
I do.
Thank you. You got 3 minutes, and I'll let you know when you're getting close to the end of it.
All right, great, thanks. So I'll be quick, and thank you, everybody, for listening and the time. Definitely, I know it's a long night. We're not proximate, but we do live pretty darn close to proximate. We're at 524 Vernon, which is a corner of Vernon and South. So if you draw a diagonal line from the Gallagher's house across the park, you hit our house on the corner. So we're definitely, feeling the brunt of this decision. And I will say that when I heard from the Gallaghers about it, I had an immediate sinking, kind of awful feeling. And my next thought was, you've got to be kidding that this is happening in this neighborhood. Just because it is very out of character, in my opinion, with the neighborhood. Certainly not something we had contemplated when we purchased the house in 2012. I'm not a lawyer, so I'm not going to attempt to speak to the statute. But as an owner in very close proximity, I will say that when we bought the house, I was specifically attracted to the view and the open space across the street. It's the view from our kitchen, our dining room, and all 3 upstairs bedrooms. And it's beautiful. We enjoy it every single time we have a meal in our kitchen or host an event in our dining room. Just thinking about how often that happens when you're talking about, this is 10,000, 20,000 memories over the years of just every time we look out, the beauty that we see. I can tell you, based on that west elevation that we saw, we are not going to enjoy that beautiful view any longer. With the setback and the size of that building and the expanse of that vast wall, and it is vast and high, that view is gone. The view that we enjoy from our kitchen, from every meal, our dining room, our bedrooms is gone. And I can also tell you that I don't buy that it's not going to affect the value at all. Echoing some things we heard before, I can easily see a buyer being put off and saying, I'm moving on, not interested. You're looking straight at the side of a giant building. Traffic, I'm concerned about it. If you've lived here for a while, making a left turn onto northbound Green Bay is difficult from south, quite difficult. I can see a lot of people leaving this place, trying to go northbound to Lake Cook or Dundee, going to south, hanging a right onto south, and then a right onto Vernon, right past an already busy intersection and cutting right through town. I think it's a guarantee it's going to happen. It's a frustrating turn to make that left turn. I don't also buy the 12 cars and 3 extras. It doesn't really compute for me. It doesn't take into account any visitors, what happens at Thanksgiving, holidays, people coming over for the Super Bowl, whatever it is. Where are those cars going? Where are those people going? Where's that traffic going? Drainage. What's that? Sorry.
30 seconds.
How many? 30?
30.
Drainage. We've had a lot of problems with drainage. We've had flooding in our basement. I want to be sure that there's no issues with that. And I'm not at all convinced there wouldn't be, that that's a problem area. And lastly, from what I've heard, most of the immediate neighbors, if not all, are opposed. And it feels very much like we're implementing the will of the few over the many, which simply said doesn't make sense, certainly doesn't make sense for Glencoe. So I'd urge you to vote against this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenthal.
Ms. Crumstock has let me know that she no longer wishes to speak tonight. She was on our list. So we can go to anyone else who has their hand raised. Rich could now present for 3 minutes. Let's see.
All right, I saw Tim Dolman as the first hand that was raised, so I'm promoting Mr. Dolman to a panelist.
Mr. Dolman.
Hello, everyone. Sorry it's taking me so long. Oh, you want to swear me in? Yep.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide is true and complete?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Appreciate everyone's time. Yeah, just reiterating Joe's and everyone else's comments. I live a house down from Joe, a house and a half or so would be impacted by the same deal. I just think, again, reiterating, I'm one of those John Hood buyers. Love the space there. Assumed there wouldn't be a change. I think, clearly we live here because Glencoe is Glencoe. This isn't farmland that's, being developed, sometime in the future. This is Glencoe. It's been here for, 100 years, I think, or something of that nature, maybe a little longer. And I don't think, this is in line with what has been proposed by the developers as far as, moving that MC to an MD classification. I mean, this is a very large building that we're talking about here. The 7,500 square foot footprint is a 22,000 square foot facility at 31 feet like this. This will have the size and kind of scale like a warehouse has, like a small warehouse in the middle of what was kind of an open area and all single family kind of a space. So again, just reiterating everyone's comments that we don't feel at all. It is a part of the character of the space that we all live in, and I think that's why we've had folks and staying on for 4.5 hours just to be able to make a couple of comments on this. And I think if you were to poll just about anyone in the area, everyone will tell you that. So agree that, and again, using kind of the terms that were thrown out earlier by the developer side of the group, I think it's a little ingenuous when people don't share the square footage of the site. You have to ask questions on that kind of a deal, and don't necessarily represent the views of the people who are in the area. So I would ask that all of you consider this in everything you've heard, and ask that you decline the move to be able to make this change. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dolman. I'm sorry, before we continue on, I just want to correct, because I've now heard this 22,000 square foot number a number of times. Can we get a correction on the square footage of this property? That's 7,400 square feet. Is that right?
Times 3.
I could have someone from Organic Wilson give us the exact number there as I try and.
John or Fred, can you address the chair's question?
Sure. Go ahead. Yeah, that is correct. The footprint of the proposed building is 7,441 square feet. So the total would be just under 12,000 because the third floor is smaller under the sloping roof conditions.
Okay.
And how large is the lot, John?
The lot is about 26,000 square feet, just over half an acre.
Does that answer your question, Mr. Chairman?
It does. Does that include all of the parcels that are included in this proposal?
Correct. All three.
Correct. There's 3 separate PIN numbers.
Does that square footage include the garage area underneath?
Correct.
Which is the first floor? So
Correct.
it's 12,400 square feet, including the garage?
No, it's about 20,000 square feet, including the garage.
Okay. And the garage is the first floor. It's elevated, correct?
The proposed garage is at grade.
Okay.
Thank you. It looks like there's 2 more hands up.
Rich, let's move Mr. Schneider up. And then I'll leave it up to the chair how you want to do repeat comments, because we have Mr. Gallagher with his hand raised as well. If you want to accept repeat comments or not.
Let's start with Mr. Schneider.
Schneider, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide is true and complete?
I do.
Okay, you've got 3 minutes.
Taylor, could you give me another 30 seconds? I would like to connect the second half of what I'm going to say with your recognition. You got 26 signers today. It's a critical point.
That's at the chair's discretion.
I'm sorry, I missed that. I'm thumbing through the application.
I have a 3-minute prepared presentation.
Yeah.
I would like to connect it to the 26 signatures that Taylor mentioned he received today. I think it's an important point.
Okay.
Okay.
ahead.
You've heard there were over 100 signatures that were submitted. 26 of those came today. They came because of what I'm going to say in the second half of my presentation, and they relate to how this affects Linden Avenue. My name is Bart Schneider. I've lived in Glencoe for 19 years. I live near a park, and parks are important to me. I'm actually a board member of the Glencoe Park District, but I am not representing them here this evening. I'm here on my own behalf. I was also a co-chair of the Village Nominating Committee from 2017 to 2019, and that was an election cycle when government transparency was an important topic. Here are some of the reasons I'm opposed to the rezoning of 538 Green Bay Road. Number one, this would negatively affect Green Bay and South Avenue Park, as I described in my July 4th memo. The rezoning would result in a multifamily driveway through a Glencoe public park. This single-family property is an interior lot. It's accessed by a highly unusual 80-foot-long easement across this park. It's likely this easement was expected to be temporary. The proposed condominium would increase vehicular traffic for this inappropriate use of a public park. The proposed 3-story condominium and visitor parking would be located next to the only consistently dry part of the park. The southwest corner of the new building would be very close to the exact center of the park. Number two, the rezoning would create 2 stunning precedents for 43 homes on Linden Avenue. I described that in the August 27th email that Taylor received. No multifamily zone properties in the vicinity of Green Bay Road extend as far west as 538 Green Bay Road, except for a cluster of multifamily buildings next to downtown and Temple Court. This rezoning would set a new westward precedent for building multifamily housing in the vicinity of Green Bay Road. This would also essentially be the first property rezoning from single family to multifamily in Glencoe. If there were a Richter scale for rezoning, this would be the equivalent of a magnitude 9 earthquake for Linden Avenue. Both of these precedents would unfairly put Linden Avenue properties into play. Outside developers and property speculators would have incentives to begin consolidating ownership of the 28 properties on the east side of Linden to build multifamily housing. Homes on or near Linden would be negatively impacted by the consolidation, value reduction, tear down, and construction occurring over a number of years. This is not right. The final point is there's a big lack of transparency here. What is approved or denied for 538 Green Bay's rezoning request will logically be applicable to all the homes on the east side of Linden Avenue.
30 seconds left.
But the Village of Glencoe has not been transparent. It has notified no one on Linden Avenue of the rezoning under consideration. Why were the owners of 43 homes on Linden Avenue worth approximately $26 million not notified of this rezoning request? It's a lack of transparency and it's not right.
Thank you, Mr. Schneider. Do we have, Mr. Gallagher?
Gallagher just let me know he does not need to speak again.
Oh, lingering hand. Okay. Good. Well, so we're going to get to questions now before closing the public hearing. And Mr. Schneider, I'd like to address yours. It's most front of mind. I mean, I personally have a lot of questions. I know my fellow commissioners have a number of questions too, I'm sure. But I can't shake this one, Mr. Schneider. Do any of those properties on Linden have access from Green Bay Road?
Do they have access from Green Bay Road? I don't believe they have access from Green Bay Road.
Okay.
But they are, if you draw a line from each side of 538 Green Bay Road and parallel that down the whole way down Green Bay Road, you will find that all the houses on the east side of Linden Avenue fall into that same band that 538 does. You've moved the the boundary further west, and you're also creating a situation where you're rezoning single family to multifamily. What affects the 538 would affect all those houses on the east side of Linden Avenue. It would be a preference.
I understand. I respectfully disagree on that. I do not, I fail to see the connection. I understand you're talking about the distance from Green Bay Road. I take personal offense, and Taylor and all of us at the village that you graciously volunteer for as well, know that we work very hard to be above board and to follow procedures. There is no world in which those residents should be notified of something that's happening blocks away from them. This is a very, very different situation. And I think respectfully, Mr. Schneider, and the reason that I'm questioning you on this is because this is a long night. We have a lot of questions to get to that are specifically about the application and about proximate property owners. This falls clearly outside of that. We're talking about a Green Bay Road address. We're talking about a property that has access from Green Bay Road through a parcel that the property itself deeded to the Park District. And so I just want to very quickly set aside this Linden Avenue stuff, and respectfully for all of the property owners, and if any of you are listening right now on Linden Avenue, I want to ease your concerns. This is not something to get all worked up about. And so I just want to set that aside so we can focus on this application and address things that are very relevant to this application. Thank you. Now, commissioners, I want to open the floor to you. As I mentioned, I also have a number of questions, but I want to make sure that we all have an opportunity to get our questions answered. Would anybody like to? I think the way we should do this to be efficient. Now we can break norm here a little bit if you think of something, you know, after the fact. But I'd like to kind of systematically go through our commissioners, and I'm just going to go in the order that I see you all on the screen, if you don't mind. Commissioner Kaplan, would you like to ask any questions of any of the presenters that we've seen tonight?
Thank you, Scott. Yeah, I've got a few very quick questions. First of all, the units that are going to be built, was there any discussion, any determination to have some of those units be allocated for low-income housing by the petitioners?
We did not have that discussion.
Were any of those units designated for empty nesters? I know it's difficult. I'm trying to conceptualize maybe some kind of deed restriction or some kind of qualification of, you know, to encourage or facilitate specifically Glencoe empty nesters, and hopefully I'll be one soon, and that are looking to downsize but to stay in Glencoe. Was there any discussion in how to facilitate and encourage specific Glencoe empty nesters into those units?
There was no specific discussion of that. What was discussed, and I think Fred can talk to this in more detail, was talking to local real estate brokers. We thought that people who were downsizing from a Glencoe resident, they would be the logical market for a building of this type.
I would also caution Commissioner Kaplan that there are considerations about restricting either the sale or rental of property to persons without children that would violate the federal fair housing standards. There are abilities to create age-restricted communities, but usually those are much more of kind of the independent or assisted living that we've seen, and so those types of covenants can often run into more complications than they try to actually solve.
That makes sense.
I would just note for the record that of the 9 units built at 450 Green Bay Road, 6 were sold to downsizing Glencoe residents. So, and I don't believe any product has been built or proposed or planned that would offer that same kind of experience like this building would. But that was the real life experience with the 450 Green Bay Road building.
I think Commissioner Kaplan, it was one of our discussions with our real estate people that we've talked to, that would be a great market with people wanting to stay in Glencoe. And having a bedroom, you know, for the 2-bedroom, you'd have a bedroom for their guest or one of your kids to come back and stay with you. And then the 3 bedrooms, we even thought you could have live-in help, that as you age, you could stay in the home. And that was the other reason for the elevator and handicap accessibility.
Thank you. I've got nothing further, Scott.
Thank you. Commissioner Friedman.
Got a lot of thoughts. Thought one is we haven't heard from the developer. And that's, I think it's almost a precedent in my 6-8 years on this forum to have the developer behind the curtain not talking to us as individuals with regard to his thought process, his motivation, his interests, but rather putting professionals between him and us. So that's a disturbing thing. 2 is, I said it earlier in a question, but the fact that there was no interaction with the community, I think that was abhorrent. I just don't know how that's possible in a community like our own. Number 3 is, I think Scott Frere made a very compelling argument at the beginning of his conversation. And then I listened to the homeowners. And despite the forward thinking and intellectual horsepower behind the arguments, which I respect, I have a hard time discounting the intensity and feelings of the neighbors, particularly in the context of a commission that's sensitive to the neighbors about an air conditioner being put between themselves and the neighbor. And so this is not an easy decision for me, but pressed to make a decision, I would vote on the side of our neighbors and our homeowners.
Thank you, Commissioner Friedman. Commissioner Ruderman.
Okay. I share a lot of the same views that David just expressed as well. And so I really don't have anything further at this time to add to the discussion without just repeating, and with the lateness of the hour, I don't want to take the time to do that.
Got it. Thank you. Commissioner Alsasser.
Yeah, I share similar sentiments right now with Commissioner Friedman and Commissioner Ruderman. I came into the evening feeling pretty torn. I think that similar to what David expressed, I thought Scott's presentation was compelling, and I agree that this location is ideal for multi-unit residents. There are many examples in the area, and you drive down Green Bay Road in Glencoe, there are lots of examples both south and north of it, which in a lot of ways makes it a compelling spot to do this. And it's something that I think is important to Glencoe and is something we should be thinking about. And as Scott showed in his presentation, that's something that's important to the Glencoe community. With that said, I've been on this commission for 5 years, and something we always have talked about is the importance of neighbor opinions, and respecting the views of neighbors. And while I don't necessarily agree with every point that the neighbors have shared, like, I think there's some compelling evidence that water might be fine. I'm not sure about the traffic situation, and really if 6 units will drastically increase the traffic at South and Vernon, which is a busy intersection. I can't answer that. I don't know either way, and I frankly don't know if anyone on this meeting would be able to answer that question at all. I deeply appreciate the perspectives that were shared by the neighbors, and right now would be leaning no as a result of the comments that we've heard.
Thank you. Commissioner Cuppersmith.
I share many of the sentiments that David expressed and have particular concern about the lack of community outreach on the developer's part in trying to work through this rezoning. I also, and I know we discussed this before briefly, but I do want to hear from Village Council about the legal standards we should be considering as we make this decision. And I don't want to lose sight of that before we deliberate and make a decision.
I agree with that. Thanks for pointing that out. And thank you all for sharing. I have a few thoughts and a few questions. First of all, I agree with all of the commissioners. I think this is anytime you have this volume of people speaking, we have to listen. And we have to listen when there's one, right? When there's 30, when there's more, we certainly owe it to them to listen, to read, to try to understand as best we can where they're coming from, which is hard to do. When it's not your house, we talk about a lot all the time. Chairman Rowan, or President Rowan, former chairman, always used to talk about this is the most emotional and important investment in everybody's life is their home. So that is not lost on any of us. But at the same time, we have an applicant, on the other side who has presented a compelling case for why, hey, look, there's not a whole lot of spots in Glencoe to put multifamily housing units. There's not a whole lot of places in Glencoe where you can get in for a condo and stay in town. Where are they? They're on Green Bay Road. When we looked at the deck that Lakota put together, I've just got it here. I don't want to take the time to, pull it up, right? It's very easy to see where that RD zoning is. You don't need a microscope to look at it. You see it, right? So, it's clear from a land use perspective, this would fit in. That's my take. Now, does that mean I think that this is a slam dunk? Yes, stamp it, let's move on. No, I don't. And that's because there's a whole lot of neighbors that we care about, right? We care about our village. We all live here. I know there was a lot of discussion over who lives in Winnetka, who lives in Northbrook, who lives here. This town is better than that town. I don't really subscribe to any of that. I think we're all, try to do what's right for the community, whether our zip code is 60022 or not. But this is a board of Glencoe residents. This has been a very, very thoughtful discussion. There's a couple of things that do concern me though, because I always like to make sure that the complaints are valid, not because people are fabricating complaints, right? The property owners who talked about stormwater, they weren't lying to try to make sure that we turn down the vote. They're truly concerned about stormwater. But I think it's our job to point out that, hey, we've got a civil engineer here who's been with us the whole time. It's 11 o'clock at night. I think she's still here. I'm going to assume for a second she is. To answer questions, what is this going to do to stormwater? And by the way, an engineering review needs to be done and stamped before this development is approved. So I just get a little concerned that people are getting worked up about things that might not even be true. And in the case of stormwater, my experience tells me that this is an opportunity to improve the current situation. You look on Google Maps and any resident of nearby communities that drives north or south on Green Bay Road knows that the park at the corner of South and Green Bay has standing water almost all the summer. And I know from talking to neighbors and friends and whatnot that water does creep out onto other properties. So this could very well be, and we could put conditions on a special use permit that ensure that happens. So I just want to make sure that the complaints warranted as we really think long and hard about these standards that Stuart's going to put up on the screen in a little bit, that we're really thinking about every angle there. And the other thing is I want to point out, it's been mentioned, but there is a village interest here. The village is, there's what, 8,500, almost 9,000 people here. It's a lovely community. I grew up here. I moved my family back here the first chance I had to do the suburban thing. But there's just not a whole lot of, diversity in housing, right? There's big houses, there's, modest sized houses, there's smaller houses, but condos, there's a few. And so there's an interest in kind of offering more of this great village to more people. And multifamily housing is a way to do it. And then the last thing I want to say, and then I actually do have a couple questions too. Here I am talking about how late it is, but then we're going on and on and on. I'm sorry, guys. What hasn't been brought up, except very early in the presentation from the applicant, was this concept of subdividing the property. It was pointed out that Mr. Hood years ago kind of got over his skis a little bit and maybe declared that subdividing was not only an easy route, but not even permissible. As I understand it, that is not at all accurate. And I see this as a very good opportunity to subdivide a property. We've talked about Green Bay Road and how, a 6,900 square foot house might not fit in with the fabric of Green Bay Road. But two smaller or modest sized houses might, and I could certainly see that happening. So I just want to make sure that the Gallaghers and the Cates and the Blacks, I mean, everybody who is around who was talking about not wanting to live through construction and not wanting to see a larger home, just to understand that little greenhouse that we all, drive past and look at, that's going to be gone. And so we really have to contemplate everything. Sometimes, what is it? The devil you know. I just urge everyone, including my commissioners and the neighbors, to understand a few things. One, for the neighbors, we do have your interest in mind here. We are not operating in a vacuum. We are not chasing, making sure that one person can get rich at the expense of others. And actually that raises up another point, which is the appraisal that was submitted on Friday, a couple of days ago. With all due respect to the appraiser, and I do have one question for him, I was not able to follow the reasoning for how the 6 to 8% and the $75,000 to $100,000 of value diminution was arrived at. And I also wasn't able to understand that as the appraiser was speaking this evening. So while I'm on this, I would like to call up just a very quick question for the appraiser, if we can move him into this room, Taylor.
Rich, could you promote him back to presenter if you haven't already done so? Be Bob Hedrick.
I am currently looking for him on the list.
He may not be here anymore.
I do not see Mr. Hedrick on the list.
Mr. Hedrick, if you're still here, could you please use the hand raise function just so we can spot you?
Mr. Gallagher is raising his hand. That might be old.
I think he may have left.
Okay. Well, my question for Mr. Hedrick was if he had ever been hired by a developer to provide an opinion on value, either for in a similar situation where there's a claim of potential diminished value, or in another situation. And I would just be curious to hear his experience there. And on the stormwater, Ms. Oplowski, is my assumption correct in that it is reasonable to assume that based on the improvements that you're proposing, that the stormwater runoff on the property will be improved compared to where it is today, or do I have that wrong?
That's my opinion as well. Currently, there's no stormwater detention on the property. And we would, of course, be providing stormwater detention for all of the lot coverage. And, that's not just the increase in impervious area like some communities nearby do. This would be for everything. In my opinion, Glencoe does have a very robust stormwater code that kind of covers once you are over the sort of threshold in impervious coverage, you're providing full detention volume for a 100-year storm. And we're also going above that with the additional requirements that apply from MWRD. And of course, a third thing that would apply, if there is depressional storage volume, for instance, some of the neighbors mentioned standing water in the corner of the property, the village is going to see that, and they are also going to make us replace that depressional storage volume with our detention volume as well. So if we are filling in any depressional areas, we will have to compensate for that as part of stormwater code.
I see. And is there anything that can be done by the developer for the standing water that occurs on the Park District property?
Well, to the south or between the parkway and
to the south and in the southwest.
I mean, per Illinois drainage law, we're not allowed to berm up the property lines. So I would also kind of dismiss that concern. Our grading design won't include anything like blocking your neighbor's drainage. That's illegal in Illinois. We will have to collect all the runoff that is currently coming onto the property and then some, and pipe it through the detention system and restrict it before it goes out to the public storm sewer main.
Got it. Thank you.
Hey, Scott.
Yeah.
Not to be disrespectful at all,
No,
but I
please.
raised similar concerns this summer in conjunction with a swimming pool installation. And I was respectfully told by our chairman and staff that water and water engineering matters are outside the scope of the zoning board, that the engineering department within Glencoe will handle it, and it's not for our evaluation.
Commissioner Friedman, I consider this similar to the discussion we had about the air conditioner unit and screening. I think it's relevant for us to be discussing things that impact neighbors' property, whether it be the specific purview of the land use decision or an adjacent item, which I would certainly consider stormwater to be, and even bringing it up to say that it will be evaluated by engineers and will not be stamped until it's proven to be sufficient is important, which is why I brought it up. But I respectfully understand your comment. Does anybody, do the other commissioners wish to ask any further questions or have any further discussion before we close the public hearing?
I think the one thing worth noting, and perhaps Stuart Weiss will outline it, is different than the zoning board. The standards of approval are different from a majority perspective. And so, Stuart, if you could cover that in your narrative, I think that would cover all of my questions.
Thanks, Commissioner Friedman. And Stuart, before you do that, let me just ask on procedure. If we close the public hearing, but we're undertaking a discussion that includes evaluating the standards, and then a question pops up, are we able to ask any of the presenters a question?
This is a classic question of when are you just asking for clarification versus when you're actually gathering new evidence. And the problem is you can never predict what's going to come out of someone's mouth. And so, you know, the question of whether you begin your deliberations now and formally close the public hearing before that. You know, it's a matter of style. I would say that if you're asking for anything more than clarification, it'd probably be appropriate to reopen the public hearing. But you know, if you feel like you've heard everything you need to hear, you could close the public hearing now. I think that the intent of the commission will be to close the public hearing tonight. There's not I've not heard a need to gather more evidence or testimony beyond what has been presented. So if you wanted to close the public hearing now, with probably an admonition to the applicant to not let anybody leave the building or their own living rooms, you know, that might be wise.
No going to sleep. I think, Stuart, thank you for that. I think we should leave it open just for a little bit here. I don't see a huge downside. Just as we delve into this discussion procedurally, I think it might be easier. And then if we need to close it for some reason, let's do that. But why don't we?
Actually, Scott, I had one other question that came up as part of the hearing. And I just wanted the developer side to address, Mr. Mullins, I think, made an interesting point about the bulk of the structure and how it would impact the light in his yard. And I didn't see that addressed anywhere else. So I'd like the developer to tell us whether his depiction or his description of the impact on his property is accurate during the winter months.
Fred, can you take that?
Yeah, I would say that his description of the winter conditions was accurate, that with the sun low in the sky like that, it's kind of impactful for any home next to an adjacent structure. I do think that the summer and spring and fall were fine, but I do think the winter condition was accurate from his point of view.
And will that impact be felt by some of the other adjacent homeowners who spoke tonight?
Actually, I think it's more the direct relationship to him being directly north of our structure. I don't think it would impact others and in quite the same way, but I do think his winter condition would be impacted the way he was thinking about it. But again, our concern, which is the concern of, you know, any of the structures, that we were more concerned with, you know, 550, obviously with the southern exposure of glass. I do know the architect that built the structure, and I know his attention to detail, so we know the building. So we were really focused on that. Whether we could pull the building further to the south, we could look at that to get that shadow line to not be as impactful on the resident directly to our north. That's something we kind of centered the building on the lot more or less, but as you heard, there's an 8-foot setback with a combined 41-foot yard. So we could literally pull the building 15 feet off of that northern property line and just come into the side, you know, slide the whole building a little bit further to the south. So that would be a solution.
Okay. I don't have further questions. That was a concern.
I did. I had one earlier so I think it's the Alabacies, right? They're to the north. I was curious, this could be relevant here. What if they're still with us? Yeah, I believe they are. I'm just curious what their opinion of the home at 550 Green Bay Road was when it was constructed. With giant, you know, a giant house adjacent to them. And I'm bringing it up, I'm asking because if, and I don't see it going this way, but if this gets approved, I think that could be a story in, hey, let's give it a chance. Maybe it's not so bad. So I'm curious if Mr. or Mrs. Alabasi wants to address that.
Rich, could you promote our bases back?
Yes, they were promoted to panelists.
Morning.
Okay. What are we doing? Okay, here we go. Sure, so you're interested in how I feel about the Gallagher's home?
Right, not since the Gallaghers moved in, but when that home was constructed.
Built?
Yeah.
Sure, I saw the whole thing. I saw that house being built. I saw the architect, Attila, in his backyard in the southwest corner looking at my property. I think it was in the winter. I was out feeding birds. I saw him there. He looked at me, I looked at him, and I knew what he was doing. He was seeing, how's my house going to sit on this lot? The Gallagher home to me is a phenomenon. It is incredibly interesting and unique.
Were you a little bit concerned before it was completed or as it was going up?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
It doesn't bother us at all. No.
Oh,
I think
great.
it's pretty cool.
Great.
And
Great.
it's
I was just curious. Yeah, I was just curious
not
about
our
that.
sight line.
It's open.
It's not in our sight line because we see the open backyard. What we would see though, this development is that new big building. That would be what we're looking at directly, not the Gallagher home.
Like directly as you're looking at the greenhouse right now.
Yeah, right.
We don't.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay.
Any other questions before we have Stuart put up the standards for us so we can kind of just take a peek at them as we decide how we want to direct this resolution? Okay, Stuart, you want to share your screen?
Okay, let's see if I have the ability to do that. Okay.
And just as a reminder, the public hearing is still open. So commissioners like myself, if you think of another question, now's the time.
Okay, is everybody seeing a page that says standard for amendments?
Yes.
Okay, so this is one of those cases where the highlighting may have taken over and become less helpful. But my goal is here is to try and condense down. Traditionally, when you're talking about amending a zoning code, it is a legislative decision. There's a large amount of discretion that the village board will have in this case, but there are guiding principles. These guiding principles have been elucidated through case law, through litigation, and sometimes very bitter fights about what is an appropriate zoning for a property. And they are, those principles have been reduced down to the following standards. I'm not going to read them verbatim, but you can see the principles here. The consistency of the proposed amendment with the purposes of the code. You look at the existing uses and classifications surrounding the property, if it's a map amendment. What's the trend of development in the area? The extent which the value of the subject property is diminished by the existing classification. Is it limited in a certain way? Is that diminishment, is it actually offset by an increase in the public health, safety, and welfare of the current zoning? And if the next one, if the proposed amendment were to be approved, would the use and enjoyment of adjacent properties be affected? Would it be improved? Would it be diminished? The extent that the proposed amendment would have on the value of adjacent properties. So you can take that into consideration. Now, whether you accept a particular determination of valuation as was presented by the objector as appraiser or not, that's up to you and your determination of the credibility of that report. The extent that the future orderly development of the adjacent properties. So instead of looking at kind of retrospectively what's been the trend in development, what do you see the development of the area going forward if this amendment were actually to be passed? The suitability for the subject property for the uses that are permitted or permissible in that zoning district. In this case, moving from a purely single family to a multifamily district. the availability of adequate ingress and egress from the subject property and the impact on traffic conditions, the availability where relevant of adequate utilities and essential public services. This is where you're going to see in cases where a change in the zoning would result in an increase in density. And, you know, is there sufficient water? Is there sufficient stormwater drainage, sanitary? The length of time, if any, that the subject property has been vacant. In this case, the property has not been vacant, but one could argue that it has been not put up to its best and highest use. The community need for the proposed amendment, which is really looking at kind of the greater impact of this. Those are the standards for amendments. And, you know, one of the things that you will have to consider that the rezoning from RC to RD is really a threshold question here. Because without that rezoning, a special use permit for a multi-unit facility would not even be available. Chairman Novak, would you like me to go on to the standards for a special use permit, or you want to kind of deal with the threshold issue first?
Threshold issue first. Any question? Thank you for this. And I saw this in the packet, but it's helpful to run through this again. Commissioners, any questions after soaking these in again?
The only question I have is, are they equally weighted, or some factors should be weighted more heavily than others in a determination, or does that just not come into play, Stuart?
I mean, I think there are ones that are, you know, that courts probably consider to be fatal defects. If you know, if you're talking about putting an industrial use in, for instance, this location, the consistency of the proposed amendment and the surrounding properties, if you violated that to such an egregious amount, that would be fatal. But it is a kind of a classic multi-factor test. But I would say that there is some guidance in the ordering of them. That you know, the ones at the top are the ones that they're logical. It makes sense that these are the considerations that you should take to heart when thinking about this, or to head, not to heart. Don't use your emotions in this, even though we're all tired.
Thank you for that. Well, I mean, you know, I suppose if I'm reading the tea leaves here, at this point in time, maybe we don't really need to delve in to the special use discussion. And I'm open to a second opinion on that. If anybody would like to delve into that, by all means, please share that with me, or with all of us right now. And if not, so we can close the public hearing. I think now is probably a good time. I'm just going to give 3 more seconds out there if anybody thought of any other questions while the public hearing is open to ask. Okay.
I just know we do have, I'm not sure if Mr. Gallagher meant to raise his hand again, and I don't know if we're taking repeat comment when public hearing is open.
I'm not.
Up to the board, up to the commission.
I don't think we have any questions for Mr. Gallagher and Mr. Nayeste, who I see his hand is up too. So I would suggest not.
Okay. To close the public hearing, we do need a motion and.
I would ask if Mr. Nayeste has any. Is it a procedural question that he has?
Rich, could you move Mr. Nayeste back over?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. There we go.
Thank you. I'm a little puzzled by Chairman Novak's assertion that he does not understand the testimony of the appraiser. I'm willing to give it a go and explain it some more. Is it that the chairman doesn't understand the premise, or that he doesn't understand the math? The premise, well, first off, will you let me get into this or not?
I don't think it's necessary, frankly. I read the appraisal. In my opinion, it was the premise and the math was so non-applicable, right? That it's very hard for anybody to read that and say, oh yeah, definitely $100,000. His home is worth this. Well, none of the comps were on Green Bay Road, across from a train tracks, right? There was just so, I mean, appraisals in general, there's room for opinion in there. They're subjective. But particularly in a diminished value case like this, without seeing really comparable properties with comparable types of events that can impact the value and a resulting value that's actually applicable to this property, I didn't see that. I certainly didn't hear it in the testimony, and I certainly didn't see it in the report.
With all due respect, Chairman Novak, you're not understanding the premise. And the premise is very simple, that properties are sensitive to external negative factors. So if you take two virtually identical,
I understand that. Yep, I understand.
One subject to external factors and the other not.
Yes.
One is going to be depressed. Okay.
Potentially.
Now, the appraiser is not using the Gallagher property here as one of the comparisons. He's taking two virtually identical properties elsewhere in Glencoe.
Right.
And showing that his premise can be supported.
But respectfully, virtually identical properties to the Gallagher property?
No. That shows that you're not understanding the premise.
No, I am understanding.
Explain the premise to me then, Mr. Novak.
Respectfully.
Okay. The premise is that if you take two identical properties, one subject to an adverse condition, an external adverse condition, like it's next to a smokestack.
Yes. Is there a smokestack?
That property is going to have a depressed value compared to the other one.
Is there a smokestack?
It's as simple as that.
Is there a smokestack being proposed next to the Gallagher's property?
It's a negative external event.
Is this a negative external event? Do I have an appraiser saying that this is an external event, another appraiser?
Well, he showed that another multifamily development was a negative external
but
factor.
In a totally different set of circumstances. My point is, this is completely subjective. And honestly, I suggest we move on.
Mr. Novak, I think you're being an advocate.
I'm being
with all due respect.
A what?
With all due respect, I think you're being an advocate.
An advocate?
Yes. As another example, there was no reason to raise here the possibility of putting up two single-family homes.
Why not?
It's not asked for.
Is it in the realm of possibility of a possible outcome?
I don't know. It's speculation. And objections were sustained tonight as to other areas of speculation.
Speculation, just like choosing two homes that are not on Green Bay, that are not facing the same situations as the Gallagher homes, and saying, oh, $100,000 diminished value. There it is, done.
If I may interject, I think both parties have made their point, and I understand their point. I think a lot of this has to do more with, or less with, the valuation, whether it's subjective or objective, or scientific, if you will, with the appraisal and evaluation of the surrounding homes, and if we delve more into the elements of the statute, which we're obligated to follow, and focus more on the use and enjoyment of the adjacent properties, and based on some of the testimony that we heard from the neighbors, as well as trying to balance, and that's something that we as commissioners have to do, trying to balance the benefit that this development is going to create and whether or not it's offset or it increases the public health and safety and general welfare of our community. You know, there was a lot of testimony which I thought ultimately was very poignant. I read the application, I read the appraisal. I believe I understand the appraisal, and all of it is very moving, and equally as moving as the testimony from Mr. Nast, who brought up a good point. One of the things that he said, there's a reason we don't live in Wilmette. There's a reason that we don't live in Kenilworth. Not that there's anything wrong there. I grew up in Wilmette, but my wife and I have decided to raise our family and our 3 kids and on our second home here in Glencoe. We never moved out, and there's a reason for that. I thought that the testimony of Robert Mallon was also very telling. He said, you can put the Taj Mahal up in there. It's not necessarily going to increase the value of my property, which is an indication to me that if the Taj Mahal was there, I don't think Robert Mallon would move his family in the property where he currently lives. Ultimately, I thought that Mr. and Mrs. Artevasi's testimony was incredibly poignant, incredibly moving. Your home is your refuge. They talked about their lights at night instead of darkness. They talked about the birds and the wildlife. So many intangible things that may or not be reflected in an application for a special use permit, may or may not be reflected in an objective analysis that's in an appraisal. But their home is their refuge. They suggested that we move forward, and they want to see Glencoe moving forward, but they want us to move forward as a community, which brings us back to the enjoyment of the owners of the adjacent properties. It gives us an indication as to whether or not this development is going to facilitate the increase in public health, safety, and the general welfare of Glencoe citizens. I was struck by Tim Dolman's testimony, and I thought it captured everything. It was so simple, and it captured everything. He said, Glencoe is Glencoe. And I thought that really was very moving. So I think we should take a vote based on the criteria that Mr. Weiss put up. I think we should consider that criteria and what we believe is important of all of those factors, apply them to the application and all of the documents that were submitted, including the appraisal as we understand it, as well as weighing in the testimony that was presented by all of the speakers today. So I would move to take a vote, or at least let's move to find out what we're voting for. I think, Stuart, if you would give us some guidance as to how we gauge this.
Okay, so first off, I think that it would be appropriate to make a motion to close the public hearing. I see that Mr. Cummings has his hand up. Traditionally, the petitioner is given a very short opportunity to provide a summation, given the. Okay, I'm kind of speaking in the chairs. Given the late hour, you might want to consider the length of that.
Let's be very, very short, Mr. Cummins. I appreciate it.
Sure. 20 seconds. the discussion about the adverse effect of an external influence. Objectively, look at the 8 townhome units that sit on the north property line of 550 Green Bay Road. If in fact there is such an adverse impact by multifamily housing, those are 8 units, an average value of 200,000 on a 17,000 square foot lot versus 6 units on a 24,000 square foot lot. It just seems, and I don't, I realize I have a little passion for what I do, but it's a little, how can Mr. Gallagher spent $1.2 million with those townhomes next door and is suggesting now that the similar condition on the south of his property is going to hurt him more? It's just not, I mean, that's what's missing in the appraisal. And in fact, if you look at the appraisal, he suggests that Mr. Gallagher's property is appraised increased in value $75,000 since he bought it. So I just don't get that how we can talk about this new building being such a horrific impact on market value, when in fact I believe Adams reflects that there is a negative impact of value, when what sits at the corner, 5 of 8 which are rented, right? I mean, isn't that a real factor in the appraised value? The quality of, just because it didn't bother him then, why would this be so troubling? So that's.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. Yeah, I understand that. I'll entertain a motion at this time to close the public hearing.
A motion to close.
Motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Okay, let's take a roll call.
Commissioner Alsasser,
Yes.
Commissioner Friedman,
Yes.
Commissioner Kaplan,
Yes.
Commissioner Coppersmith, Commissioner
You're
Coppersmith.
muted, Mike.
Michael, I think you're muted still.
Maybe a thumbs up. Can we do a thumbs up, maybe?
We'll come back to him.
Commissioner Coppersmith?
There he is.
Mine was a yes. Sorry about that.
Commissioner Ruderman,
Yes.
Commissioner Satter's not here, and Chairman Novak.
Yes.
Public hearing is closed.
Okay. Stuart, I'll take a stab at this and what we're going to be voting on tonight, and then you can kind of plug in with any details or that I'm missing. Okay, so what has to happen here is we need to vote on a resolution eventually. Okay, and that resolution is going to be either to approve or deny the request to rezone the property and issue a special use permit. Tonight, we're going to vote on the direction that we're providing staff to write that resolution. Okay, so somebody will make a motion, like I motion that we direct staff to, this is, just off the cuff. I motion that we direct staff to deny the application. And then we'll take a vote. And then if that motion passes, then staff has their instructions. They can spend the next 2 weeks putting a resolution together. They'll circulate a draft of that resolution. And then we're going to convene again at our next regular meeting in the beginning of October, and we're going to vote on that resolution. Does that make sense? And did I say that right, Stuart?
Yeah, and just to give a little guidance, because what the zoning code says is that every recommendation of the zoning commission shall be made by motion or resolution, which shall be memorialized in writing. In many other cases, the zoning commission has made an oral motion, which is then reflected in the minutes. Given the complexity and given the amount of testimony that has been provided, we recommend that in this case, and for other more complex cases that may be coming forward, in the future, I can't think of any ones, hopefully, that will keep us this late, that the board would direct both the village attorney and staff to put together a resolution, which you would then review, as the chair said, at the next meeting, that would encapsulate the tenor of your consensus tonight. And then once that was voted on, that resolution would be passed on as the memorialization of your recommendation to the Board of Trustees.
Thank you. I think that's pretty clear. And just one more thing before we entertain that motion to kick this off, is that I agree. I mean, the first note that I took down here was community impact. Right, because I think it was Scott from Lakota who said community impact is of utmost importance. But my second note is, did you ask the community for their input on what the impact is and how it could be lessened if it was a burden, how the application could be improved? I'm troubled by the fact that if that happened, it clearly was not made aware tonight, which leads me to believe that it definitely did not happen. And I would say in the future for developers, it is critical. You know, everyone's trying to be a good neighbor, right? And without talking to the neighbors, boy, it's hard. It's hard to understand what they care about. It's hard to understand if they're reasonable, if they're unreasonable. I mean, there's things to learn. And the fact that that didn't happen here is tough. It's tough. I think, I don't know if tonight would have gone differently or not, you know, but I know it went to hurt. I heard many comments about how disturbed folks were that the first time they heard about it was either a knock from Barry Gallagher or from a letter from the village. So I do want to make it clear, and I know that, you know, things got a little feisty there, and there are certainly aspects of the application that I certainly support, but I also want to make it clear that, you know, these things are all important in this development process. Okay. That said, anybody who was a really good listener and reader want to take a stab at making a motion here this evening? And the motion, again, would be something along the lines of, we direct staff to write a resolution that blanks the application.
Just for clarification, we're talking about a special use permit and the other a rezoning. There's two of them, and they carry two different sets of elements. Isn't that correct?
So that's right, but the special use permit does not even get talked about unless the rezoning happens.
So we're just focusing on the rezoning, and depending on how we vote on the rezoning will depend on whether or not we move to the special use permit.
So that's a good question. Should it be two separate actions tonight? Taylor, what do you think?
I would say that you could make a motion to make a recommendation or direct staff for both of them at the same time. In my opinion, Stu, you can tell me if you disagree, is that it would be best to cover both the rezoning and the SUP in your direction to staff. Even if you're voting to deny the rezoning, I would still say you should also give staff direction on preparing a resolution for a recommendation for the SUP also, which would kind of by default, if you're recommending denial of the rezoning, would be a recommendation of denial of the SUP also.
Right, unless I'm reading the room incorrectly here. You know, I think those two go hand in hand, right? And if not, then we need to have a serious discussion about what are the conditions we want to put on a special use permit. But it just feels like that discussion doesn't need to happen.
All right, I'll make a motion that staff prepare a resolution recommending that we deny the application for rezoning and for the special use permit.
Do we have a second? Commissioner Sasser?
Was that a second?
Oh, I thought
I thought I heard something, but
I said second.
okay, thank you. And just before I call roll, Stu, I just want to make sure that you're comfortable with the wording of the motion as presented. For
Yeah, I mean, if the motion is to deny the amendment, a denial of an amendment doesn't have any conditions associated with it. And if you deny the amendment, the additional relief of the special use permit does not become available. So I think it would be appropriate to, unless there's further discussion amongst the commissioners, to take a vote on this motion to prepare a resolution, and we'll see where we are.
Okay. So I'll go ahead and call roll.
Sorry. A yes vote means you agree with the motion, which is to deny.
That's right. That's correct. A yes vote is a vote to direct staff to prepare a resolution recommending denial of both parts of this application. Okay. Commissioner Elsasser.
Yes.
Commissioner Friedman.
Yes.
Commissioner Kaplan.
Yes.
Commissioner Cuppersmith.
Yes.
Commissioner Ruderman.
Yes.
Commissioner Satter is not here, and Chairman Novak.
Yes.
Motion passes.
So just from a procedural standpoint, you've given us, Taylor and I, direction to prepare a resolution that will reflect the consensus of the discussion and the direction provided by that motion to recommend denial. That will be voted on at the next regular meeting of the Zoning Commission. And if that resolution is adopted, that recommendation would then be taken up to the Board of Trustees. This does not prevent the applicant from proceeding forward, but it would provide the guidance that you as the Zoning Commission have been tasked with providing.
And if I could just add, sorry if this has already been clarified, but there will not be another public hearing at the October meeting. Public hearing has been closed. It will just be board discussion on the resolution is presented by staff, so that there will not be an additional public hearing at the next meeting.
Thanks for that clarification. And I want to thank everybody in attendance, the applicants too, hung in almost at 6 hours. This is the process. I hope people walk away encouraged that the village was not trying to pull the wool over anybody or sneak anything through. I mean, this was how this process works. Public notice, a chance to speak, chance to write letters in support or opposition. This is how it goes. I'm proud that we could all be a part of this. I know the applicants are not thrilled with the outcome. I do want to thank you for an eloquent presentation and for sticking it out with us as well. And hope that neighbors can continue to be neighborly with whatever happens at the end of this. And I want to thank everybody again for participating. With that, I will entertain a motion to, well, did we already close the hearing? Do we have to close the meeting too?
We do.
Okay. I'd entertain a motion to close the zoning commission meeting.
Hold on 1 second. I don't mean, just one thing. I know it's late for me too. Stuart, this just hit me, and I think we need some advice. Going back to that young woman and the application for the air conditioning units. This just hit me a little while ago as we were talking about this. She had mentioned that she is no longer the owner of the property. Procedurally, does that preclude her from filing the application that she filed? And then does this body have jurisdiction to make the decision that we made? I mean, are we to, do you see where I'm coming from?
That's an interesting question.
And I just don't know the answer. I just don't want it to come back to haunt us on, on relatively de minimis issue.
Yeah, so this is the issue that was heard by the ZBA tonight. which I will, for the benefit of those at home, is technically a different public body consisting of the exact same people. In that case, Taylor and I would have to confirm whether the applicant had basically a continuing consent from the owner. It could be, considered a technicality if the owner basically consents to that party applying for them, although they don't really have a continuing property interest in it. So I think that Taylor and I might need to do some due diligence on that, especially after what came out tonight.
Yeah.
I don't know the background sufficiently to provide any more details.
Yeah, you said some things there, Stuart, that made me scratch my head. And Alex, I appreciate you bringing that up.
Motion to close the zoning commission meeting.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Debbie. Okay. Roll call.
Commissioner Alsasser,
Yes.
Commissioner Friedman,
Yes.
Commissioner Kaplan,
Yes.
Commissioner Coppersmith,
Yes.
Commissioner Ruderman.
Yes.
Not sure if Commissioner Satter is back. I think he's not. And Chairman Novak.
Yes.
Motion passes.
We could just keep hanging out all night long if we want. Or we can
Thanks,
stay.
everybody.
Okay. Good night.
Thank you.